We are on the record in case number 2025-00277, electronic application of Kentucky Frontier Gas LLC for alternative rate filing. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. Joining me today are Mary Pat Regan, Commissioner, and Andrew Wood, Commissioner. At this time, if everybody would please make sure that their cell phones are off or on silent. Okay, the hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence in this matter, and let's have entry of appearance of counsel, and as you introduce yourself, please tell us who your witnesses are for the applicant.
Allison Honaker, Honaker Law Office, here on behalf of Kentucky Frontier. Our witness today is Stephen Shute, and with me today is Meredith Kay from my office.
Good morning, and for the Attorney General's office.
Tolan Lacey with the Attorney General's office, and I'm joined today by Mike West, and our witness is John DeFever.
Okay, good morning. And for Commission staff.
John West on behalf of the Public Service Commission with Mariah Tussey.
All right, I'm told that public notice has been given, mailed January 20th, and proof was filed into the record on January 21st. Is that correct, Stan?
That's correct, Your Honor.
I believe the notice was a little late, but not less than 14 days, nor more than 21 days prior to the hearing is the norm. And I think it would be appropriate if we granted a deviation.
I think it was exactly 14 days. We got it out on Tuesday, and so today would have been 14 days.
Okay.
Because the Monday was a holiday at the
Okay.
post office, so it wouldn't go out on Monday.
Okay, well, regardless, it's
Yes.
minor, and we would grant a deviation for that. All right, I know there's a pending motion for confidentiality, and we'll deal with that as soon as possible. Let's see. There was one issue, Ms. Honaker, the corrected rebuttal testimony that was filed by the applicant on January 30th. Based on the Attorney General's witness finding some errors. Was that rebuttal testimony intended to be an amendment to the application?
The corrected version that we just filed, is that the one you're talking about? It only redacted, we noticed when we were preparing for the hearing that we had left job titles in on the salary portion.
Okay.
So all it did was correct that and take it out, because we had filed that confidential before.
The corrected rebuttal testimony?
Yeah, the only thing that changed was to redact those names.
Staff, do you
in
think that
one.
there was more corrected?
The original testimony that was filed, is that considered an amendment? So the testimony, I believe, was filed on the 23rd. Is that considered?
That was our rebuttal position, is what we do. We've done that in other cases as well. Like, we file our updated whatever the rebuttal position is after we do the Attorney General's.
Are you asking that amend your application?
We're not asking to kind of start our application over, but that's kind of what our position is once the AG found an error in some of our filing. Does that make sense?
So you're not asking for an amendment?
No, we don't want to start our clock back over. We're not trying to amend our application, but that would be our position as of now. That would be our rebuttal position based on the testimony that the AG's witness filed.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody here who came today for the purpose of giving public comment? I don't see anyone, but I'll remind anyone who's watching that you may always submit public comment in these cases by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. And let the record show that the instructions and the link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for the past day. There are 3 public comments in the record, I believe, already. All right, anything further before we move to presentation of evidence? May I call your first witness?
Would you Stephen Shute to the stand?
Morning, Mr. Shute. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, please be seated. Tell us your full name and business address.
Stephen Shute, S-H-U-T-E, Business address in Prestonsburg is 2963 Route 321 North, Prestonsburg, Kentucky.
You may ask.
And what is your title with Kentucky Frontier?
I'm member manager of the LLC. That's the only title I have.
Okay. And you're the sole member, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you cause direct testimony responses today to request and rebuttal testimony, including the revised redacted rebuttal testimony that we filed in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to make to any of those documents?
No.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And is it your desire and intent to incorporate those into the record of this proceeding here today?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross.
Okay. Mr. Lacy?
Good morning, Mr. Shute. Kentucky Frontier Gas initially requested an increase of $1,162,024, correct?
Subject to the application.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you raised your requested revenue increase to $1,252,967.64, subject to check, correct?
Yes.
Furthermore, in your rebuttal testimony, did you request an additional increase to the volumetric weights for your residential customer classes and along with 2 large commercial customers? Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you publish an updated notice to your customers advising of the additional increase to volumetric rates that you requested in your rebuttal testimony?
No.
Why not?
I wasn't instructed to by counsel.
Subject to check, your request equates to an increase of 30.09% for a total revenue of $5,416,391.85, correct?
Subject to review. I don't have those numbers in my head.
I understand. You have proposed increasing the monthly customer charge for all of your customer classes, correct?
Yes.
For the residential and commercial customers, you have proposed that the monthly charge be increased from $13 to $25 for an overall increase of 92%, subject to check, correct?
I know those numbers are correct, and, again, it sounds like a lot, but we haven't filed a general rate case or an ARF case since June of 17. And as I've said in this testimony several times, since June of 17, inflation has been 35%. So we just haven't been able to file for a rate case timely, and so the number is large. And we tried to make it easy on everybody on this rate hearing, on this rate application. Instead of trying to do a detailed cost of service study, we just used one of your recent rate filings, I think it was Atmos, where they set their monthly charge at $25, and we said, we'll make it easy. You've approved that for one of your more rural utilities, and so we'll use that. We did not use the highest one, which was Delta at about 30. So I think we've made this as simple and as reasonable as we could, given the facts.
For large commercial customers, you requested that the monthly charge be increased from $50 to $150 for an overall increase of 200%, correct?
I think that's correct. We only have 2 large customers in Frontier. There's 2 campuses for a hospital and a prison. And I believe the $150 was actually quite lower than everybody else has for a customer of that size.
For farm tap customers, you requested that the customer charge be increased from $10 to $25, or 150%, correct?
Yeah, the farm taps deserve a little bit of an explanation. We have not had any rate case at all. We've had no action there at all since the very first rate case we had on farm taps in 2011, from which time the inflation rate CPI has increased 45%. It just wasn't worth the battle to mess with farm taps. We have about 400 farm taps out of 4,800 customers. So the farm tap customers get affected more than anybody, but it's because we haven't touched them in 15 years. So it's a big change. The other big change there, and I need to explain that a little bit, is we always kept the farm taps as a segregated rate class, and after running them for 15 years, there's just no reason to. There's only 400 of them and 4,300 other utility customers, and they're actually harder to operate than those that are utility customers because they're just so scattered, spread out. We operate 4,700. We have about 4,700 customers in 13 counties, and it can be 60 miles from a shop out to a farm tap customer. So we've asked that we just treat the farm tap customers as if they were utility customers, because the cost to operate them is undiscernible from the utility customers.
In addition to an increase to monthly customer charges, you proposed increases to the volumetric gas usage charge for all of your customer classes as well, correct?
Correct.
For residential and commercial customers, you initially proposed an increase in this charge from .4220 cents to .4692, correct?
Correct.
And then in your rebuttal, you requested that the charge be additionally increased by 2.3 cents, correct?
That sounds right.
For large commercial customers, you originally requested that the volumetric rate be increased from .3445 cents to .3868 cents, correct?
That sounds right.
Then in your rebuttal testimony, you requested an additional increase of 2.9 cents for the large commercial customers, correct?
Think so.
Finally, for farm tap customers, you requested that the volumetric charge be increased from 4 cents to .46992 cents, correct? Subject to check.
I don't remember it was 992, but I think it was 92. But it was the same as the utility customers. I'm not looking at them right now.
The average farm tap customer, if your request is granted in full, should see an increase of $17.46 a month, or 54%, correct, in their monthly bills.
That sounds about right.
If the initial request was granted in full, the average residential customer's bill will increase by $13.61, or 47%, correct?
Yes.
Subject to check. With the additional increase to volumetric rates requested in your rebuttal testimony, could you advise as to what the increase in the average monthly bill for residential and commercial customers will be? We can ask that in a post-hearing data request.
I can give you the numbers that make it up. I think you said it was 2.3 cents per CCF, and an average customer uses 450 CCF per year, so subject to checking, that's $11 a year. On the additional we asked for in the rebuttal testimony, which, as we explained, was based on actual numbers that we had estimated in the application in August. We had actual numbers when we filed the rebuttal.
Regarding large commercial customers, your initial requested increase would have increased the average monthly bill by $2,000.78, or 24%, correct? Subject to check.
Yes.
And And then in a post-hearing data request, could you provide what the updated average monthly bill would be for large commercial customers with your additional increase to the volumetric charge?
I think the average commercial, the large commercials, and there's only two of them, I think their average usage was like 2750 CCF a month, and, times the 2.9 cents or whatever the difference was.
Would you agree that Frontier service area has economic challenges, including high poverty rates?
Yes.
Would you please turn to the Attorney General's first request for information, question number 7, and read the poverty rates for all of the counties in your service territory into the record?
Isn't it already in the record? If it was filed as a data request response.
Do you still be
It
willing?
is in the record.
Is it up on the screen right there?
I don't see anything.
One second.
This is already in the record. I don't know why we need to read it again. Everybody knows that it's high.
Counselor, is that an objection to answering?
It is in the record, Your Honor, and I'm trying to get this up, so we would object to reading it into the record because it's already in the record.
I'll instruct the witness to answer.
It sat idle too long, sorry. Can you see it now?
I see it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you repeat your question, Colin? I apologize.
No worries. Could you please turn to the Attorney General's first request for information, question number 7, and read the poverty rates for all of the counties in Frontier service territory into the record?
First of all, you were the one who came up with these, so I didn't cross-check them. I have no idea if they're correct or not. What you purported to us was Breathitt County, 28.2%, Floyd County, 26.6%, Johnson County, 23.4%, Knott County, 25.9%, Lawrence County, misspelled, Lawrence County, 22%, Lee County, 28.9%.
Isn't it correct that in your rebuttal testimony you accepted several of the adjustments recommended by the Attorney General?
In the rebuttal testimony, yes.
One of the agreed adjustments was the removal of $1,279 for donations, correct?
Correct.
Additionally, did you agree with the Attorney General's recommendation to remove $3,295 from the revenue requirement in relation to penalty fees, correct?
Yes, I think those were for a tax return.
You agreed
Federal
to
tax return.
You agreed to remove $2,676 for event expenses, correct?
Event? Is that what you said?
Event expenses. Refer to your rebuttal schedule of operations and reference pages, specifically adjustments O and P. On the reference pages, there is an increase to taxes of $57,100 and a decrease of $3,300 of fines and penalties. Is it correct that the net? Is it correct?
Let us get to there first.
I'll wait for you to pull it up.
Yes, please.
And it's the rebuttal?
I believe yes is the rebuttal.
Was it confidential or was it just the reference pages?
I think it was the reference pages. Your Honor,
Yes.
could we maybe take a quick recess just to determine if this may be confidential material or not?
Absolutely, no problem. Let's take 10.
Okay. I just want to have
00277, and you may continue, Mr. Lacy.
All righty. Refer to the rebuttal schedule of operations and the reference page, specifically adjustments O and P. You have that?
This is the known and measurable changes? Up the title
Yes.
up at the top,
Yes.
okay. I don't have O and P on this schedule that I'm looking at.
Okay.
Let me, she's scrolling it down here.
Is it the one that has the yellow highlights that we just talked about?
I don't-
Or is it a different page?
It is, specifically, I was going to ask about the increases to taxes and the fines and penalties.
Okay, just ask those, because I don't have O and P on here.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
On that page, there's an increase of taxes of $57,100 and a decrease of $3,300 in fines and penalties. Is it correct that the net of these two is $53,800?
Wow. Those are completely unrelated. Those two things are completely unrelated. The penalty and interest was for a tax filing error we had made in Oxier Road. Oxier Road is a C Corp, and we have to file a separate tax return. We made an error and had a penalty and interest. So that's, there's no tax in there. The income tax revision we made was actually in response to the Attorney General's expert had pointed out that we had the wrong amount for taxes. And so we adjusted it to what it should have been as shown on your calculation sheet. So those are unrelated. I would not add those two numbers together.
Could you please explain why the pro forma adjustment is $54,745 on the schedule of operations? Was that why it was that amount? And this is something we can ask in a post hearing.
Are we on the SAOG here? Oh, there, stop right there. Income tax expense, 54745, is that what you're asking?
Right.
Yeah, that was the difference between what we filed with, which was the actual tax paid by Oxier Road in the test year, versus what your calculation sheets showed it should have been.
Refer to the rebuttal schedule of operations. Is the pro forma year amount of income taxes for Oxier only?
The pro forma, the original pro forma?
The pro forma year. So yes.
The number 3673?
I believe so. And this is
Yeah.
something we can ask in a post-hearing data request.
No, I have it. So when you have a tiny company owned by originally 3 partners and now just 1, it's called a sub-S corporation, so the tax results, the profit and loss, go directly to the partner's personal income taxes. So the LLC, Frontier LLC, doesn't pay taxes per se. It doesn't file a tax return and pay taxes. But part of, and that's for Frontier, Kentucky Frontier Gas LLC, but Frontier owns a C Corp, Oxier Road Gas, which does pay federal taxes. So you file a tax return, you actually pay taxes as the corporation, and then dividends are taxed to the owner, Frontier. And so for the original filing, the application, we used what Oxier Road had paid in taxes, which was $30,673 for the test year, and on your ARF forms, the RROR, I believe it is, it actually calculates what taxes should be if you were taxed as a regular whole entity. And that number was more like 85,000, and it was just an error by our financial analysts who filled out these forms. In our history, in 15 years, we've only filed 3 rate cases, and we don't have anybody that ever gets good at this because they're 7 or 8 years apart. And so we just made an error. It didn't occur to us that you should show taxes on the entire operation. And so Mr. DeFever of the AG's office, the witness pointed that out in his testimony. So that's what the adjustment is.
For a post-hearing data request, could you please provide the work paper showing the calculations of how the pro forma tax increase was calculated?
The only work paper we have is just right off of the RROR sheet. I mean, that's what it is. There isn't any work paper to it. It calculates it for you. I mean, we sure can, but there's nothing to show but your form.
Explain why no pro forma adjustment was reflected in the original filing. This for the tax expenses.
Say that again?
Could you explain why no pro forma adjustment for tax expenses was reflected in the original filing, your application?
Yeah, I said it was an error by our financial analysts. We've only done this 3 times, and then I looked back in our last rate case in 2017. We didn't put anything for taxes because Oxyar Road had not yet paid taxes. We had a carry forward loss, and so in the last rate case, we gave up something like $67,000 because we didn't realize what that was. And that's an unfair penalty that we put on ourselves. It was an error. So appreciated Mr. DeFever pointing that out.
Refer to the response to the Attorney General's first request for information, question 25. Is it correct that in the prior rate case, Frontier,
Wait,
hold on. Honestly, I think you answered this question.
Oh, okay.
Prior,
Go ahead.
so I'll just cut it to save your time.
Okay.
Refer to page 6 of your rebuttal, which states that Christmas and the 4th of July gift cards will be recharacterized elsewhere as the taxable employee benefit.
Yes.
Could you explain how and why the gifts will be recharacterized elsewhere as a taxable benefit?
We won't go back in past years, but any of those going forward, we usually have a little 4th of July picnic for the employees and then another one around Thanksgiving and give them a $250 gift card because that I didn't know that wasn't something you can do an expense. We'll just call them as an employee benefit and include it in their W-2 going forward.
Please refer to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, which states that the Kentucky Frontier reviewed wage information by 2 large gas utilities filed in recent general rate cases.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
Why was this review not provided in response to discovery requesting support of these increases?
Say that again?
Okay. Why did you not initially include this information in response to our discovery requesting support for the increases?
You mean in a previous data request?
In the previous data request.
Let me tell you how those data requests went. Again, we don't have anybody that does this. We have a data analyst that works for my other company in Wyoming, and he's part-time, and he filled in on this rate case as he could. He had helped me on the other one in 2017. And he's it. We have an accountant in Prestonsburg, and she is already OD'd. So when a data request floats in, it's pretty much me answering it as best I can. We had 360 data requests on this case that came in between October and December. And about half of those came in during the week my son was getting married in Kansas, so I had taken off the whole week, and then I had 200 or 300 data requests. And out of those 360 data requests that came from the staff and the AG, I had about 20 or 25 that I could ask our CFO and our data analyst to help me out with some numbers. But it was pretty much Steve writing out the answers to 360 data requests. And so the fact that, and again, half of them came in during the week my son got married. So if there were things that didn't get very wholly realized, let's say, it's because it was me pulling the whole wagon, and I was just incapable of doing more than I could do. When the AG's witness said that, well, we can't provide any of this, we won't do any of the research on other companies' salaries, then our attorneys dug through these two cases, and we still don't know, we still don't have any idea how many, what the attorneys found, two different exhibits that weren't confidential, and it was the union pay scale for Atmos and Columbia. And so, you know, these are 2 pages of job descriptions and salaries. And in the case of one of them, it was the salary 8 or 10 years ago, and then you had to apply inflation factors. So that's all we have. You know, we'd ask the Attorney General, you know, not divulge confidential information, but give us an idea of a range, because you have just seen, or, you know, these 2 recent cases, somebody in this building has seen the actual salaries paid by a couple of big gas utilities, and we don't ask for specific confidential information, but just give us a range of where they are. And nobody wanted to do that, so we had to dig. We found 4 or 5 pages of union jobs. We don't have any idea how many people in each company are in each of these salaries, but we can make an approximation of, you know, from the description of what they do. Okay, I think we have guys like that. So it's just, we're really in an uphill battle here. We don't have any resources other than what we can find in these public records. I did ask, and it wasn't these 2 companies, I did find a company that would share salary data, and I put that in one of the responses to the, I think it was to the AG data request. And, you know, I'll grossly oversimplify this. Right now, when this application was made, we have about 10 gas technicians. And it's pretty simple. We don't have welders. We don't have separate operators for backhoes. We just have gas guys, and there's about 10 of them. And the average guy was making about just over $20 an hour. When you ask another gas company or Diversified, who is a big producer, what their average guys are making, they're $30, $35, $40 an hour. We're at 20. When we got very late response to what the AG's data requests were, when we got these 2 sheets, 2 sets of data for Columbia and Duke, all of their people that were in exactly the same jobs as ours were making $35, $40, $42 an hour, and we're at 20. We've actually lost people to this. Even though these are some of the poorest counties everywhere, the people that are in these sorts of jobs make good money. As you know, coal mining jobs were great 50 years ago, 30 years ago. There are good jobs in these counties, and these gas techs happen to be some of them. So through the other company that I talked to that wasn't included here, they were at about $28 an hour, and we're very quickly trying to get up to $35 an hour. And again, we're at 20. So we have to do something. We had one of our best workers, and John actually teared up when we talked about this kid. We loved him. We hired him when he was 19, and we trained him for 4 or 5 years. And he'd earned all the OQs, the operator qualifications you needed to do the job very well. And those OQs are exactly the same for Frontier as they are for Columbia or Delta or Atmos, or for that matter, for Diversified as being a producer. In fact, we have to have more, because in our companies, you don't have a welder, you don't have a leak checker, you don't have a meter reader. All the guys do everything. So we actually have more OQs than these other bigger companies, and we're paying them $20 an hour. So Matt worked for us for 4 or 5 years, and all of a sudden he's leaving, and John's teared up because he's a great guy. We were paying him $19 an hour because we probably started him at 16, and he went to a producer for 31 with the promise of being 35 after 6 months. $35 an hour, and we were paying him 19. We can't keep doing that. So we have to increase these salaries. And in that vein, because this ask is so big on this rate case, I think our total salaries were, my proposal, my pro forma, was to raise salaries by about $230,000, and the Attorney General recommended that we get none of that. And so I have taken, I think, great personal risk in giving those half of that proposed number already to our employees effective January 4th. So I'm taking another $100,000 a year risk, because it doesn't get paid for other than with a rate increase. We are already losing money, and I've already instituted half of the proposed wages, and we'll institute the other half if we get anywhere close to the rate request that we've made.
Now, could you please refer to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, which states that the company would not be opposed to including the legal expenses related to the EKM dispute in the GCA?
The question was what?
Could you please refer to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony?
I have that. And what was the actual question?
Okay. On that part on page 7, you state that the company would not be opposed to including the legal expenses related to the EKM dispute in the GCA.
Again, this is a who's going to move first. I'll just refresh the issue. EKM, of course, supplies about a third of gas that Frontier uses to about a third of our customers. And as you well know, we had a hearing last May on this issue. I have griped for 5 years now that Jefferson and now EKM are charging our customers $500,000 to $600,000 per year more than they would were they regarded as a utility. And since they get 70% of their gas from Columbia, and there's very little local gas anymore, they are acting as a utility. I mean, this has been something that goes 30 years back. They were never treated by the commission as the utility they are, and they really are now. So we've been fighting them for 5 years because, again, they're charging us $500,000 or $600,000 a year more than if they were a utility. We've fought the battle with our own money, paying our own lawyers to fight this battle, and it actually should be a gas cost, because we're fighting the battle whether or not EKM charges $7 an MCF as they're doing now, or $2 as they would as a utility. That doesn't mean anything to Frontier's bottom line. It just affects our customers. So we've been litigating this thing for 5 years with EKM, paying our attorneys to do this. It should be a legit part of the gas cost adjustment, but I would need the commission's concurrence on that. So we agree if that's where we go. It should be a gas cost.
As it currently stands, is it still part of the schedule of operations? I believe the chart that you included in your rebuttal testimony, is that
Yes,
still included in it?
We left those legal costs in there.
Now, please refer to page 8 of your rebuttal testimony,
Okay.
which claims that the annual figures used by the Attorney General's witness were inflated by one-time events. Would you agree that although you refer to them as one-time events, your testimony describes 5 such events during the period of 2022 through 2025?
The topic here is the gain on an asset sale, and we had inadvertently left out that in the pro forma, and for us it's almost solely selling old trucks. And we had your witness correctly put those in there, gave a little schedule of what we had done. And I actually delved into the numbers, and there were a couple of sort of odd events. One of them, well, 2 of them were that we were disposing of trucks before their time. Generally, we sell trucks at 180 to 200,000 miles. They're pretty beat up. They're pretty run out by the time we sell them. But in this case, we had 2 trucks that we sold to my companies in Wyoming and Colorado, simply because my folks there don't drive very much. And if you can get a truck with 100,000 miles on it, and you know who's been driving it the whole time, it's a better deal than just buying a new truck that it will take 20 years to run out. So we had 2 of those sales were actually 2 my Wyoming companies for they were 100,000 mile vehicles instead of 200,000. So they were sort of before their time. And if you just look over what we expect in the future, we expect to sell about 1 run-out truck every year, and they have 200,000 miles, and they're worth about 10 grand. So Mr. DeFever correctly brought that in, and I'm just saying we need to adjust it a little bit because the typical will be about 10,000 a year.
Refer to your response to the Attorney General's first request for information, question 91. I believe there's attachment for that question that you included.
Did you say the first request?
Yes, it's the first request, question 91, and I believe the response included an attachment.
It's an Excel attachment.
Are you going to refer to the Excel attachment?
Yes, the Excel attachment.
Do you know which one it is? The revenue table or the?
I believe it is the, specifically I was going to ask about the operating expenses. I'll pull it up too.
I have it, I think.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
91.
okay, we're close. What's the specific topic?
Hold on one second. I'm going to pull it up too.
These are microdots, Allison, jumping up to like 120 or so. I think there's numbers here, but. That's better.
So, on that attachment, specifically for question 91, is it correct that Oxyar's operating expenses are commingled with Frontier's expenses in the expense account shown?
Wow. Allison, scroll clear up to the top. Clear up to the top. This was done by our analysts. I believe you're correct. We cannot mingle. Let me just explain the difference here. We cannot commingle funds between the two companies because Oxyar is a C Corp. We keep separate books for it, and then its owner, Frontier, we keep separate books for it. But we combine the results. In this spreadsheet, we combined the results as if it were just one entity. Because for all intents and purposes, as a utility, it is one entity. Oxyar has no employees or trucks or it has meters on its system, but we consider those as Frontier branded customers. So this is a construct that you won't see anywhere else. We've sort of merged the whole enterprise. We don't do that legally or accounting wise, but for this purpose it is merged.
Now, could you please refer to your response to the Attorney General's second request for information, question 17?
Okay?
In your answer to that question, you described the management fees as a wash. Could you go into further detail, explain why it is a wash?
Yeah, as I said, the Oxyar has meters, but it doesn't really have customers per se. Frontier sends out bills, Frontier bills the customers, Frontier collects the money. And so how do you account for that? Well, what we do is we charge a management fee from Oxyar. Oxyar pays to Frontier a management fee, and it's pretty much $400,000 or $500,000 a year, and it's shown as an expense to one and as an income to the other. So it's a wash for tax purposes.
In a post-hearing...
Because you have actual operating expenses for Oxyar, but it doesn't pay anything because it doesn't have any employees or trucks or any of the other things. So it has to pay Frontier for that.
In a post-hearing data request, can you provide work papers that show how the management fees are a wash in the revenue requirement?
Yeah, I think we could do that.
And are ratepayers paying the management fee? Is that indirectly or directly going to the ratepayers?
No, again, it's over time, it's a wash. That there's no impact to the customer at all. It's just a accounting transaction between the LLC and the corporation.
Refer to, and this is in the second request for information, could you refer to your answer for number 14?
Okay, what's the question?
What is meant by non-gas operating expenses?
That's labor and trucks and those sort of things. Not non-gas cost, everything else.
And how is that 9% determined?
Our CFO just estimates that. That's not the final number. She estimates that every month and sort of accrues it and books it, but at the end of the year, our CPA has, adjusted it to what he thinks it should be to balance between the two entities.
So it's not going to be 9% every year?
No, it's never that. She just accrues it at that, just estimates it at that.
Chair, we have no further questions for the witness.
Okay, for staff?
Yes, Your Honor, we've got some questions. Just for the record, can you explain in general what your role is in Frontier? You're the sole owner, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Are you the sole decision maker? I heard you use the word us sometimes. I didn't know if you were referring to people that work for you, but can you explain generally what your role is with regard to Frontier?
Sure. Our actual manager of operations, John White, is here with us today, and he is the boots on the ground manager, and he runs the company from day to day, makes most of the operating, the day-to-day operating decisions. As the member manager, the owner, I'm also an engineer, done this for a few years. I play as sort of an executive role, in a larger company, I'd be VP of operations. It's probably as good as you could do. If there's some sort of policy issue that we have come up where we need a little bit of a change in direction, I will help John or our CFO. If it's a financial question, I'll help them solve that. So it's an executive role. I've spent, probably 2/3 of my time on Kentucky Frontier. Of the time I spend, I have a couple of other smaller companies in Wyoming and Colorado, and I would guess that I attribute probably 2/3 of my time to Frontier.
And we're gonna pull this up for you, so you
Okay.
have to look. So I want to refer to the trial balances provided in the response to Commission staff's first request, item 6A. And we can also pull up the Excel file. Can you generally explain why Kentucky Frontier's revenues are similar between residential and commercial? And then if I'm mispronouncing this, tell me. And Frontier Gas revenues are more heavily skewed towards commercial than residential?
I'm not looking at a number, but I can tell you why. Oxier Road is based around Prestonsburg. It has about 500 customers or so. Two of them are the big campuses that I talked about. It's a federal prison and then an ARH, Appalachian Regional Hospital campus, and they're huge. They're on the order of 60,000 MCF a year between them, 60 to 70,000 MCF a year between them, and that's a big percentage of our total annual sales for the entire company. So Oxyre is, two huge customers and then 500 little ones, where the whole rest of the company is quite smaller than that. To put it in perspective, and this is part of our rate design, the rate classes are very easy in Frontier. There's these two customers that between them use about 30,000 MCF each a piece per year. The next largest customer after these two is 1/10 that size, and the third largest customer, so the next largest customer after the two 30,000s is one at 3,000, another at 2,000, and then a bunch that are smaller. So it's just this huge super class and then nobody else. So if you, I can't see it here, but if you looked at the revenue for Oxyre, it's going to be almost, half of it's large commercial.
We can pull up the.
It didn't pull up, I don't see it.
All right, and right now I'm just asking you questions concerning your affiliates. So can you generally explain the relationship between Frontier and DLR Enterprises?
DLR was an odd construct. We got DLR with the acquisition of Interstate Gas assets, including the former Sigma, which was around Salyersville, Cow Creek Gas. And DLR was part of that. Dennis L. Royer was one of the partners in Interstate Gas. DLR has a segment of pipe that feeds between Oxyre and Sigma and BTU, and we couldn't figure out a way to just merge it into Frontier without incurring a pretty sizable tax gain. So we just left it as DLR. It was an odd construct then, and it still is. It was part of the acquisition we made in 2010.
Can you explain the relationship between Frontier and Pipeline Solutions, Inc.?
Pipeline Solutions, Inc. was my old personal corporation. I was a consulting engineer for 30 years, and I consulted to Frontier and a number of other companies through Pipeline Solutions, but I've dissolved it now. It has no role. It doesn't even exist.
So Pipeline's been administratively dissolved? You said it's been administratively dissolved?
Correct. In our last rate case, at the time I had another partner, Bob Oxford, who had another personal corporation similarly, and we were billing our time to Frontier through these two personal corporations, PSI, Pipeline Solutions, and IGS, Industrial Gas Services. And the commission instructed us not to do that if we were going to work for the company, that we just bill it, that we just be paid personally, so that we did that. Starting in 2018, all my time has been just paid to me personally as a consultant, not through a personal corporation.
Can you generally explain the relationship between Frontier and Pinedale Natural Gas?
There is none other than joint ownership. We have as I said earlier, we have a part-time financial analyst that works as a part-time employee for Pinedale, and has medical benefits and a retirement payment, and we Frontier pay Pinedale for his services, which are pretty limited. In the case of doing this rate case, he worked more on it than he has done for several years. So Frontier pays Pinedale for those limited services of our financial analysts, and that's the only thing we have going on going forward.
And I think you're referencing basically the response to staff's data request 3, number 40 or item 40. I pulled it up on the screen for you.
Yeah, there you go.
I'd like to, can you pull up B? I'd like to pull up Kentucky Frontier's response to the Attorney General's second request, item 8. Can you see that? I think there you said, again, Pinedale Natural Gas is not an affiliate of Frontier, is not connected legally or financially in any way. The two companies only share ownership. There is no overarching parent company that charges overhead to Frontier and others. Any charges from Pinedale Natural Gas to Frontier or vice versa are for outside services. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I want to pull up, you pull up 7. I want to pull up the reference to Frontier's response, staff's data request 3, item 40. And I also want to refer you to the Attorney General's second request, item 8. And then here you state this, and I think you discussed them previously in your testimony. The financial analyst that is employed by Pinedale Natural Gas also performs periodic work for Frontier, including monthly reporting, year-end analysis, and annual reports. He spent substantial time on this ARF case. Our freight case. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I want to pull up 7A. And I want to refer to the Attorney General's first data request, the response, item 120. And here you state, Frontier has had assistance from various employees of Pinedale Natural Gas. So, just so I'm clear, do you have employees that work for both Pinedale and Frontier, or what other employees are you talking about?
We have the financial analyst that I've talked about that works on this. In the past, I had my son Joel come out and work on various DOT-related things, and he brought with him one of my techs from Pinedale and Walden. But as you probably know, my son died 3 years ago in an avalanche. That's why we didn't file for a rate case in 2023 or 24. And so I don't have anybody to send out now. So I've said in the past that that's what we were doing, and that's not the case anymore.
I'm very sorry for your loss. I'd like to pull up an order that was issued on July 2nd, 2021 in case 2017-263. Are you basically familiar with that order? And we're going to pull it up here for you. And, Your Honor, I'm not going to introduce this into the record. We're just going to make reference to it.
Okay.
And if we could scroll down to page 3, second paragraph. And if you could look at the second paragraph on page 3, do you see that?
Yes.
And I did not type that out on my sheet here. Can you read that into the record for me?
The sole, starting with sole owner.
Starting with the sole owner.
Okay. The sole owner of Kentucky Frontier is now Steve Shute. Steve Shute also owns PSI and Pinedale.
You can keep going.
Therefore, these entities are under common control and are affiliates as defined in KRS Statute 278010.
So.
What was this case? What was this case? What am I reading?
This is 2017-263.
Oh, the old general rate case.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
So the commission's already made a finding that Pinedale is an affiliate.
That's up to you. I don't know how it's affiliated. And as I said, 8 years ago, we had quite a bit more interaction between the two companies, but at no time has it really been affiliated legally or financially. In my mind, they're two completely separate entities.
Did you appeal that decision or that finding?
No.
Okay. I'd like to refer back to Attorney General's data request number 1, response number 1. Hang on a second, we're pulling it up for you. And this just kind of reiterates what you were saying before with regard to your ownership interests. You've got 100% ownership in Frontier, 100% ownership in Auxer, and 100% ownership in DLR, as well as Pinedale. Is that correct?
Yeah, Frontier owns Auxer. So I'm the owner of Frontier. Frontier owns Auxer. That's a minor point. The rest of it's correct.
But then you go on to say with regard to Pinedale, this is not otherwise affiliated or connected to Frontier.
That's my position.
All right. Have there been any substantial changes in the relationship between Kentucky Frontier and Pinedale Solutions since the order that was issued in 2017-263?
Pinedale Solutions?
I'm sorry, Pinedale Natural Gas.
Okay. Again, Pipeline Solutions.
Pipeline Solution.
Pipeline Solutions went away partially because of this, of the order in 2017 that any of my time be billed, just paid directly to me as a consultant. I'd say from 2017, we had just thinking of the evolution here, we shared a drilling rig, a directional drilling rig between Pinedale and Frontier. A horizontal directional drilling rig would be what you would use to cross a creek or a roadway, something like that. The two companies shared that for a few years, and as odd as it sounded, it was cheaper to ship it back and forth from Wyoming and Kentucky than it was to hire a local contractor to do these bores. So we shared ownership of that for several years since 2017. Our operator for that rig in Wyoming left the company, and I think that was in 21, and we had less and less. So now Frontier just owns that outright. We had employees back and forth to work with that rig, but we don't have that anymore. And as I said, Joel and a couple of other techs would come out in years past, and we don't do that anymore. So the relationship has changed, and we weren't doing all that much, but we're sharing less. We don't have any reason now to share labor going forward.
I want to kind of switch topics and ask you some questions with regard to revenue. And I'd like to refer to the application, the schedule of adjusted operations. All right. And in there it says Kentucky Frontier reported $73,284.03 in forfeited discounts during the test year. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then I also want to refer to the response to staff's first request, item 15, and we'll pull that up for you. And in there, it indicates that that late fees through September 2025 were already $99,774. Is that accurate?
It says it on this page that I'm looking at.
What's that? You have to pull up the Excel document. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. I'm sorry, Your Honor. If you'd give me 1 minute so we can resolve our technical difficulties.
You need an actual break or just a?
I think we can find it.
Okay. No, actually, we've had a request for a break. Yeah, 5 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, no problem. 5 minutes.
Okay.
number 2025-00277, and council, you may proceed.
And I'm assuming you remember that the original forfeited discount was $73,284. And so I wanted to pull up the late fees for 2020, up through September 2025, and that should be in front of you. And that shows a total of $99,774. You see that? Do you see that?
Yes.
So can you explain or provide some type of explanation of why there's such an increase?
I don't have any idea. I know that we looked at several years of those late fees, and, you know, they're alarming because they're so high, but I don't know why it would have been much greater in 2025 than in '24. I just don't know.
Is this a trend that you expect to continue, or?
I'd be willing to share, you know, what the last 3 or 4 years were and the final for '25, and we can look at it. If you want to ask that in a data request.
We'll follow this up with a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to refer to your response to Attorney General's second request, item 27. There's also an Excel spreadsheet. And we ran some calculations to look at the percentage of increase in salary for calendar 2026. So I know it's hard to see. I guess some of it's cut off. I don't know if we can. But anyway, if you take a look at that, one of the employees had a 37.14% pay increase. Okay. And that was the employee who's going from $17.50 to $24 an hour. And I know you discussed some of this in your previous testimony. But then there's another employee that only received a 3.5% increase. And so we're trying to figure out why there's
Let me ask you, which one was that?
3.5%.
Right.
It's the 20 to 2070.
Yeah.
Right there we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the 3.5% increase.
Okay.
So can you explain or why some employees got a 37.14% and then other employees got a 3.5%?
The ones that,
Just
the one
a
that,
second, Steve, are you going to go into anything that's confidential?
No.
Anybody gonna be- Okay, just
No.
wanted to make sure you weren't going to say anything that would differentiate between and people
No.
would know who you were talking about. Okay,
I know in my head what these jobs are,
okay.
and and after about the sixth or so line, those are all field jobs. And in putting together these numbers, I realized that we had started, if you'll scroll down a little bit, there were two that started at 1750, and that had got by me. I didn't know we had anybody that low. Those are tech jobs. And in discussing this with another regional gas company, the first intel I had that we put in with one of the first data requests, they were starting their employees at in these exactly the same job. They were starting their lowest level employees at $24 and getting up to 28 to 30 after 3 to 5 years. And in looking at this, I'm going, how did we have these two guys at 1750? And I decided, we just can't keep hiring people that have no experience at all. I think the last 7 people we hired averaged 23 years old, and had no skills. They couldn't run a backhoe, they'd never done gas work, blah, blah, blah. And so I think part of this jump is we're going to start folks at 21 instead of 1750. And then after a couple of years, you would be at 24, and then after 5 years, you would be at 28. So the two down there on the bottom that were 1750, that was egregiously low for the type of job we have to have. And then up above, when I found somebody who would talk and got the confidential information that we can't divulge who it is or the exact numbers, it looked like the office workers, the customer service reps, were paid at about the right level compared with their wages. So there's only a couple of those. They were getting less of an increase than the tech jobs, which were, again, $35 to $40 an hour, and we were paying under 20. And I'll just add that in our rebuttal, on that same sheet that you just showed, on our rebuttal testimony, there's a third column now for what we've actually done. There's what we had when we filed, and then a second column for the raises that went into effect January 4th, and then this third column for proposed raises.
I'd like to refer to the response to staff's third request, item 11A. And stating the pro forma hours for our 2,080 for full-time employees. We probably need to pull up and hang on a second, we'll get the Excel file. All right, so if you look at the hours worked for 2024, you've got 2,080 for full-time employees. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And then I want to go back to staff, the response to staff data request number 1. It's also... So hang on, Scott, I'm sorry. We average those out, and we're coming up with an average of 1,750 hours per non-terminated, newly hired employees in 2024. And through September 2025, the average hour...
Did you say 1250?
I'm saying 1750. 1750. That's the average that we came up with. For non-terminated, newly hired employees in 2024, and then through September 2025, an average 1,440 hours, which is approximately 1,920 hours over a full year.
Boy, I don't know how those numbers, the hours worked would be less than 2080. I don't know. In the calendar 2025 year-to-date, boy, we may have just copied those numbers. See, the calendar 2025 year-to-date was based on 9 months. That was about 1,400. Go back up to page. Keep going. Yeah, I don't know. The 2024 should have just been 2080 for everybody. I don't know what happened there.
Well, do the hours that were reported in the test year, do they include hours for holidays, employee sick time, vacations?
That would probably get you to 2080. Yeah. The hours worked do not include the PTO. I bet that's the difference.
All right, I want to refer to the response to data request 1. This is an Excel spreadsheet. Go to tab DR16. All right. If you can look at line 471, and can you provide an explanation with regard to the $79,363.50 credit?
I think, I'm fairly certain that that would be the amount capitalized labor into PRP. Pretty sure. I think that's about 80,000 a year. I think that was in another data request. If it's not that, I'm fairly certain that's what it is.
Should there be an adjustment to pro forma wages to capitalize any of that amount similar to the test year adjustment?
I just assumed that it'd be the same number, so that I could just sort of apples to apples compare wages.
Should a similar percentage of wages be capitalized, or how should that amount be determined?
I don't know how she does it. I don't know if it's a percentage or, specific people. I think it's specific people. So it's possible that 80,000 would go up a little bit, but I just assumed it'd be the same.
We might follow that up with the post-hearing data request. I'd like to refer to staff's third data request, item 10. And Your Honor, just depending on what the witness needs, we may end up having to go into confidential session.
Okay. Everybody be on the watch for if we start to stray into that territory.
The redacted part of the question was asking to confirm that the employee benefit invoices provided did not include costs for Pinedale or any other utility that Kentucky Frontier would be reimbursed for.
Correct. They're completely separate, completely separated. We have one, I believe we have one policy with the dental insurance that covers both companies, but they're completely allocated one versus the other. So Frontier would not be charged for anything in Pinedale and vice versa.
Let me ask you a question with regard to line loss percentage. What was Kentucky Frontier's line loss percentage during the test year?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Can you tell us, just generally speaking, how Kentucky Frontier calculates line loss?
Yeah, it's just the difference between the amount purchased into the utility system versus the amount sold through the utility systems.
And how is the timing of the meter reading taken into account?
There's a little bit of an offset, but generally our meters are read very close to the end of the month. I mean, it's really close, usually the 30th or 31st. So there is a tiny bit of offset, but it's not a lot.
Are you generally aware of Kentucky Frontier's gas cost recovery cases?
Generally.
And do the gas purchase expenses in the test year include the amounts that were disallowed for recovery purposes? Do you recall the cases where the commission gave you a temporary deviation to 7.5?
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
What's the question?
So my question is, do the gas purchase expenses in the test year include amounts that were disallowed for recovery purposes?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right, we'll follow that up with a post-hearing data request. I want to refer to the rebuttal testimony. All right, sorry about that. If you could take a look at that, and it states that the insurance quotes have been received and the costs are expected to rise by $42,917. You see that?
Yes?
And can you provide those quotes as a post-hearing data request? We're trying to find out why it's gone up that much.
I believe we did. Did we not supply this? I'm pretty sure we did. And you're asking why it went up so much?
Right, well, we're trying to find out why it went up as much as it did.
I tell you, this is the most terrifying thing in running this business. In the 2017 rate case, and we provided a table to this, just get this in your heads. In our 2017 rate case, our cost for insurance was $62,000. That's what we went on the 2017 rate case. And that included, normal automobile liability coverage and a $2 million umbrella. At the end of 2023, we got canceled, and the only provider that would give us insurance, by that time, for the 23 year, our insurance had gone up to $120,000 from $62,000. So it was already, outside the rate case. It had gone up to $120,000. At the end of 23, in one day, our quote, because we'd been canceled, our quote went to $283,000, and we negotiated that down to $240,000 or so, $240,000 a year. Again, our rate case in 2017 was based on $62,000, and the only provider, the provider of last resort, wouldn't do a $2 million umbrella. They would do a $1 million umbrella, and the insurance, the liability insurance, does not cover fire, which would seem to be the only risk a gas utility would actually have. They would not cover a risk by fire. And so we've gone from $60,000 to $250,000 or so with less coverage. And when we've made this filing in July and August, we made an estimate based on everything we had that our insurance would go from $250,000 plus $10,000, and by the time we filed a response to the AG, we had 4 of the 5 quotes, and it had gone up $37,000, not $10,000. And by the time we finally got the last quote was for $300,000 on something that we are being paid for $60,000. So right there is a $240,000 a year loss on our current rates. The difference in labor is a big deal. The difference in insurance is the same number from when you're comparing apples to apples from the 2017 rate case. And the reason for these increases, and I got to watch that I don't talk about very specifics, is just personal injury, completely crazy lawsuits. We have 5 of them that have been going since that were filed after the last rate case. And if I gave you a 10-second or a 5-minute synopsis of each of them, you go, how did that possibly make it to court? And so our insurer in 2023 canceled us because of 2 insane personal injury lawsuits that they had paid out on. And now we're down to the insurer of last resort, and we have no option. We actually have a lawsuit going right now where it was a potential suicide. Somebody ran into the back of our backhoe. The guy didn't even see her coming, and it was probably an attempted suicide. Our insurance company has elected not to cover us for this, so we're just writing checks to the attorneys to litigate this. It is an insane market. The amount of actual increase, let me give you a perspective. The the amount of actual increase where we thought it was 10,000 and it turned out to be 43 is 80% of what we pay in total in Pinedale for basically the same company. The amount of increase this year is almost what we pay total for Pinedale. And I'll give you a little bit of how crazy this is. Just think of your own car insurance. You know, what do you pay now to insure your car for a year? You know, $1,000, $1,200 a year. In Pinedale, we have 10 trucks, and we pay about $1,700 a year for those, each for those 10 trucks. In Kentucky, we have 13 trucks, same exact trucks. The average is a 3 or 4 year old Toyota Tacoma with 90,000 miles. So it's a $20,000 truck. And again, in Pinedale, we pay about $1,600 a year for that. In Kentucky, we pay $8,000 a year per truck for a $20,000 truck. For the liability, that's for the auto. For the liability part of this, in Pinedale, we have 6 technicians, and we pay about $2,600 each. And liability is basically based on payroll. So for our techs, for our exposure in 2 different entities in Colorado and Wyoming, we pay about $2,600 each. In Kentucky, we pay $9,500 each. The amount we pay is 3.6 times as much per employee and 4.8 times as much per truck. And we're down to the insurer of last resort. There's one company that will quote us. And again, if I went through the actual lawsuits, we have not one tiny thumbnail of actual guilt in any of these lawsuits. It's crazy, but this is an existential threat to this company. If this last insurer gets tweaked for some reason, I don't know what we do. But our insurance has gone from $60,000 a year to $300,000 a year, uncovered as to rates. That's part of this, the reason for this very large increase in the proposal for rates.
And no coverage for fire on the 300?
No coverage for fire, which seems to be the risk that you have.
Have you filed any kind of complaints with the Department of Insurance?
Say again?
Have you filed any sort of complaints with the Department of Insurance?
We can't complain. They'll drop us. We can't fight our insurer because if they drop us, we have no.
And in Wyoming and California, are those tort reform states, do you know?
I don't know. I don't know anything about California. This is Wyoming.
Sorry, Wyoming and Colorado. Didn't you say Colorado and Wyoming?
Wyoming, Colorado, yeah.
Did I say
don't know.
California?
Say again?
I didn't mean to say California.
Yeah.
Wyoming and Colorado, but you don't know if they have like personal injury reform or?
No. No. This topic right here is the terrifying part of running this business.
With regard to the quote that you mentioned, we're not sure exactly where it is in the record. If we cannot find it, then we'll supplement it with a post-hearing data request to ask for those quotes, if that's okay.
Okay.
And actually, I had several questions with regard to the insurance, but you've answered most of them. I would like to point out that you mentioned, and we can pull it up as well if you need, but you indicated that the personal injury cases were frivolous. I think those were your words, that they were
I didn't say frivolous, but
You did or did not? I'm sorry.
I don't think I said frivolous.
Can you pull? Like to pull up the response to Attorney General's first request, item 64. Actually, pull up 97.
Are you going to ask any specifics about any of those cases? Because if you are, we probably need to go into confidential session because some of those are still pending. Some of those were settlements that they are probably.
I'm
I don't
probably-
represent him in those cases, but I'm assuming there's some NDAs if there was settlements and that kind of stuff, so.
I'm not going to ask specifics. We do have a question, though, with regard to, and we'll move to go into confidential session if we need to, but, all right, so if you look at your response, the second line down, due to numerous frivolous lawsuits. Do you see that?
I see that there. I didn't state that on the record just a minute ago.
Okay.
I see it here.
Can I ask, just with regard to lawsuits in general, whose decision was it whether or not to settle or litigate the matter?
Completely up to the carrier.
Is that still the case with your current carrier?
Yes,
They still have total decision-making authority on settlement?
correct.
And you touched on this briefly. You said there are pending lawsuits right now.
Yes.
How many pending lawsuits are there, and what should the commission be aware of with regard to potential liability?
I'd ask for confidential.
You want to go into confidential session?
Yeah, since they're pending lawsuits, if he's going to talk about
Right.
those at all, I think we need to be in confidential session. Like I
Okay.
said, I'm not his attorney on those, so I don't
Right.
know.
Glenn, can we move to confidential?
On YouTube, it still says we're in closed session.
Okay, thank you for that.
I pulled it up to make sure it was in it.
Okay, Glenn says we're public again.
Okay, we're back in public session. And council, you may continue.
I'd like to refer to Kentucky Frontier's response to Attorney General's second request, item 5. And in there, it appears that you have approximately 13 trucks total. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Can you explain to us if you've got a workforce of roughly 17 full-time employees, why you would need 13 trucks?
We have 13 or 14. A couple of them are pretty much constrained to construction, but all the field people have a vehicle. So I think we have John and 10 techs. I think that's the number. We have 11 outside people, and so we have the corresponding number of trucks.
All right.
Plus 2 construction vehicles, a dump truck that doesn't go very far, and another like a F-250 size that drags a construction trailer around.
I'd like to refer to Frontier's response to Attorney General's second request, item 32. And I don't know that you can necessarily pull it up, but it pertains to property tax. Can you supplement the record with the property tax bill for 2025 if you've got that?
I cannot, because there's such a mess. As I've said in my testimony here, property tax has got all aflutter with the Marathon pipeline case, I think, where they switched from, and this is all in my testimony, they switched from real property to tangible property, or one way or the other, and it was on a oil pipeline case, but every county has been a Twitter for several years over, how to treat natural gas utility pipelines with property taxes. Always, in the years before that happened, property taxes were about $70,000 a year, and all we can do is just project that that's what they will be going forward. I talked to our CFO too, Friday, and she said, we still don't have any idea what they're going to be. They're only now billing us now in 26 for 2024 taxes. It's really a mess. So all we can do, in 2024, we had a very low year because we had way overpaid in 2023. So all we can do is just project going forward that they're going to be about 70,000 as they were before the Marathon case.
I've got another tax question for you. Can you refer to your corrected rebuttal testimony? Page 27. It said note 2. Bottom of the page.
Zoom in.
Note 2 says that a provision for state and federal income tax should only be included in the calculation if the revenue requirements for the utilities that file income tax are liable for payment of state and federal income tax. Confirm Kentucky Frontier's income tax returns and pays state and federal income tax.
I didn't hear what was.
Can you confirm that Kentucky Frontier files income tax returns and pays state and federal income tax?
The Frontier has to file a state and federal income tax return. The amount of taxes, the taxable income flows to my personal income tax return. So I have to pay the taxes for Frontier. Oxier Road Gas is a C Corp and it actually pays taxes. It actually files a tax return and pays taxes if taxes are due.
Is that a C Corp versus S Corp
Yes.
difference?
Yep.
I want to switch topics to the AMR program.
Okay.
And I'd like to refer to Frontier's response to staff's data request number 3, item 37. And in that, you were asked about final order issued on April 30th, 2013, in case number 2011-443. Please scroll down to page 14. Second line from the bottom. All right. And if you could read from the second line from the bottom, it starts off that Frontier projects the total cost of the AMR system and meter upgrades to be $400,000 over 8 years, or $50,000 per year. Do you see that?
Yes.
So we have the 8-year AMR program in this case, and you're aware that there is another AMR program in a separate case, right?
Yeah, when we added public gas in the 2017 rate case, we added public gas to the AMR program, and that basically bumped our meter count by 50%.
We can pull that up. Scroll down to page 5. Second paragraph. All right. And so, in this case, this is the 2016-132 case, and at the second paragraph, it says, Frontier proposes to install the AMR system is currently using in the rest of the systems and on the public system at a cost of $65 per meter. So this particular case is a 7-year 7-year program. Is that correct?
I don't recall. I don't recall if we put a timeline on there. Maybe we did. Here we go.
Yeah, so if you could see the ordering paragraph number 2. Do you see where it says that this is
Yeah,
a 7-year program?
yes.
So these two programs, they run concurrently or together, right? In other words, it's not one program and then the 8 years expires and then the 7 years starts on the other program. These are two programs that are run together.
There was just one surcharge, if you're asking that. There was one surcharge levied in the original case, and it has stayed the same throughout till today. There was just one surcharge. There weren't two surcharges. I would characterize the 2017 rate case as continuing the original AMR case. It didn't add to it other than more years because there were more meters.
So basically what I'm asking is, though, that these two cases didn't stack on top of each other. In other words, it's not 8 years plus 7 years. This is just a continuation.
Yeah, that's how I'd characterize it, just continuation.
Have you filed another case with the commission requesting an extension of these programs? In other words, at this point in time, it appears that the time frame has expired.
With this filing, the 2025 filing, we asked to continue the PRP case and to the PRP plan and to eventually phase out the AMR plan. We asked for, I think, June 30th, but we're almost to there. I would be okay with stopping the AMR plan with whatever order comes out of this case. We don't need to go on to June 30th because we've almost made it that far. So we're fine with being done with the AMR program. Is that what you're asking?
Well, what I'm asking is, has this program expired at this point in time? In other words, the time frame that you were allotted already, is that now expired?
The time frames were estimates. I think when you were flipping through pages earlier, there was something about buying a new AMR reader, and at the time in 2017 they were $10,000 and now they're $25,000. So, to the extent that you're collecting $50,000 a year and one of those components goes up by $15,000, that chews up a lot of the revenue. So we're comfortable right now with saying we're done with AMR. And I think you have to file with commission to stop or change any of these programs anyway. So we just rolled that into this filing, that we will continue the PRP plan with a small change in how the revenue is allocated, and that we can end the AMR program.
So other than your position with regard to this current filing, you're saying that, or you're agreeing that you haven't filed anything previously seeking to extend the program?
No, we do not seek to extend the program.
If you did not seek to extend the program, would you agree that the amount that was collected at once the program ended, that amount was over collected?
Are you asking me if it was?
I'm asking you, yes, I'm asking you if the program ended, but you continued to charge the ratepayers, would you agree with me that the amount collected is an overcharge?
At the end of '25, I believe we were slightly overcorrected, but we have another one of those AMR readers going. By the time we get done this year, we will have spent everything. I can guarantee to you that we will spend what we collected on legitimate AMR projects.
I want to refer to Frontier's response to staff's data request 3, item 37, regarding the AMR funding. The total amount collected from ratepayers in this program as of December 2024 is approximately $631,000. Is that accurate?
From this chart, yes, that I probably prepared.
And based on the expectation of prior commission orders, it appears that Kentucky Frontier may have overcollected an amount of roughly $76,000.
How did you get that?
Okay, if you take the $950,000 collected, and what we can do is go back and look at those two orders. One was for 400 and the other one was for 155. Okay, so those were the caps that were set on those orders. And I'm glad to pull those back up for you if you'd like.
I don't know how you would cap those. I don't believe that there was a cap on this.
That was the amount that was awarded in those two orders.
That was the amount that we estimated.
Okay. So you have an estimated amount of $555,000. Do you agree with that? Or do you want me to pull the orders up? What I'm trying to show is there's a difference in the amount that was estimated and the amount that was actually collected.
Well, there's a big difference between what you estimate 12 years ago versus what you've collected and spent over those 12 years. From the exhibit you just showed me, we had collected $631,000 in surcharges and we spent $663,000. So I would posit that we were actually under collected there. We had overspent by $32,000 through the 2024 year, right there. We've actually spent $33,000 more than we collected. So irrespective of what the original estimate was 12 years ago, before radios went from 60 to 85 and the collection device went from $10,000 to $25,000, I think we've done a pretty good job. But I will say that when this ends, we will do an accounting through 25 and the beginning of 26. We will show you how much surcharge we collected and how much we spent, and we will have spent we will have spent the same amount or more than we collected in AMR surcharges. One other thing that didn't go into this ever, and you show the numbers from 2013 to 2024, ever was never put in this was any miles and hours spent in doing these meter upgrades. You know, every time you change out a meter and then send it to the shop for refurb, or you buy a new meter and put it out there, you know, you've expended some part of an hour, and in our case, some part of 50 miles of driving to go do that meter. We didn't capitalize any of that. So we actually spent, instead of $663, we probably spent $1 million if you put any value to our time and mileage.
Have you taken any steps to ensure that the amount of money being spent was prudently incurred?
Have we taken any steps?
Yes, I mean, you file annual reports. What steps have you done to ensure that the money that has been spent has been prudent?
Wow. Out of 4,700 customers, about 4,500 of them are the very smallest 250 size meter, and we use American meters. We standardize on American meters. As I said, someplace we had 21 different flavors of meters when we started, and now we're down to American meters, 3 or 4 flavors. A brand new AC 250 meter is about $165 now. When we started, it was $80. And we have, instead of just buying all new meters, we've sent in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of our old meters to be converted to temperature compensation, which costs $15 to $20, so that you're on cold days like this, you're not giving away 8 or 10% of your gas. It's being temperature compensated for in the meter reading. And so we've probably replaced 1,000 or 2,000 meters, but the other 2,000, 2,500 were refurbed from what we had before. A lot of companies have gone to just junking meters and then buying back new meters or refurb meters. We elected not to do that. We've refurbed our own. So instead of spending $165 on a new meter, we were spending $45 or $50 to refurb and test our old ones. So that's one huge step. We were saving, more than $100 per meter now. I think that was a big thing. I don't know how you would otherwise characterize as the money being judiciously spent. And again, we didn't charge anything ever for our time and our mileage, or the, when you change out a meter, you get to rebuild the meter loop sometimes. None of that was attributed to the AMR program.
If there was this increased cost, as you mentioned, then why didn't Frontier file with the commission asking for an estimated increase?
I never, until you were reading these words to me and attributing that to be an upper limit, I didn't ever think that we were constrained to those estimates made 12 years ago, or 7 or 8 years ago. I I didn't dream that we were constrained to those estimates that we made so long ago.
If you weren't constrained to those estimates, what estimates do you think you would be constrained by?
Well, we're constrained by the amount of surcharge we collect. That's the constraint. What did we collect for the surcharge for the year? That's what we spent on meter upgrades. And over time, we've come very close.
As a post-hearing data request, we'll probably be asking for a breakdown of the cost associated with the AMR program.
What breakdown are you talking about?
The costs that you were discussing.
I don't think we have that. I mean, we could tell you, I don't know. I don't know that we can tell you accurately dollars spent for new meters versus refurbs. I mean, back to 2012 or 13, that would be a struggle. I can give you fairly accurate for the last 2 or 3 years.
I'd like to look at your response to Attorney General's DR1, response 30. And in here, you state that the AMR project will be completed in June 2026, and an additional $28,000 will be collected and spent. Are you on track to meet that goal?
That's if we went for half the year, and we would collect about that. And as I just said, we're willing to just, cleanly end the program with whatever order results from this case. We don't have to extend to June of 2026. We're only off a couple months here, but I'm very certain that we will be spending about that. I mean, we'll make the expenditures roughly the same as the surcharges, so that we're neither under nor over collected.
I wanted to refer to Frontier's response to staff's data request 3, item 36. And in that request, we asked for the annual AMR PRP reports. We are unable to find the report that was done for January 2018, and we can show you what we have, and maybe this would be best addressed in a post-hearing data request. But the annual reports are filed in 2017-263, case number 2017-263. We would like those filed in this particular case, and again, we cannot locate one of the reports.
For what calendar year?
I believe it was calendar year 2018. 2019, I'm sorry. Calendar year 2019.
And are you requesting that we file all of those annual reports that's already been filed in that other case into the record of this case,
Yeah, we would like all the annual reports.
even though they're already filed in the case where they were supposed to be filed?
I think FA would like them filed in this case too. Reiner, if we could take a quick break. I was going to switch over to the next topic, but I wonder if we could take a 10-minute break.
Or we could take lunch.
Take lunch?
Yep, let's take lunch and everybody be back at 1 o'clock. 2025-00277. And I'll remind you, you're still under oath, Mr. Shute. And staff, you can continue with your questioning.
Mr. Shute, I want to switch to the topic of pipeline replacement program, the PRP.
Okay.
Can we take a look at staff's third request for information response, item 24? And if you can go up. So if you look, there's parts A, B, C, and D, and I know you covered this already, that you felt overwhelmed, but if we can scroll down to the response, I think we're missing C and D. We just have A and B. So we'll ask for a posterior data request on that. You see that?
Yeah, what's the question?
I said we're missing, it was more of a statement, we're missing C and D. So
What were the questions? How much of the project?
question, subpart C is how much of the project has been completed as of the date of this request for information, and D is the overall expected cost of the project with annual costs of the project.
And when you say the project, you mean the entire PRP since inception?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
But if you look at the response, you didn't even make an attempt to answer.
Because I couldn't make an attempt today. The more we dig, the more we find.
What does that mean, you couldn't make an attempt? Meaning you don't have the information?
Is there a rehab?
The real tangible PRP projects are where we've had bare steel and it's been leaking. Belfry gas was the worst. There's some stuff in Jackson where we're replacing low pressure, which was really low pressure, like a half or a quarter of a PSI, where normal lines run 20 or 30. And they were put in where your house meter didn't even have a regulator. There was no pressure drop. It was the whole system operated at a quarter or a half PSI. Well, that's great until you have something happen and then your water heater has a 6-foot flame coming out of it. It's not a good thing if you're an owner of a gas company to have those. We've replaced a lot of those.
But you didn't keep records of what you've replaced?
Oh, yeah. My problem is projecting what the end result, the end game is, absolutely. And one of I'll tell you a couple of the variables that have come up. In public gas outside of Campton, we've got 4 or 5 miles of top of ground in some places, laying up on top of the ground, out in the trees, bare steel pipe. And, it feeds a few customers. If you had to replace that, it would be millions of dollars for, handfuls of customers. And it doesn't necessarily leak. So that's one of those things where 4 or 5 miles of pipe should be replaced. But until and unless it becomes a real leak hazard, there's no compelling reason and no financial reason to do it yet. So if, and something came up in the last 3 weeks. We were asked, how much aldelay pipe, you've probably heard of that from the safety folks, aldelay pipe, and then there was a new variable that I'd never even heard of, how much Appalachian oil and gas pipe we had. And we don't know that, because a lot of BTU gas may be that Appalachian oil and gas pipe that I'd never heard of until this inquiry came out 2 or 3 weeks ago from your safety people. Well, if that becomes a directive by the commission, then all of a sudden we've got, we don't know, 50 or 60 or 70 miles of that.
And you
With-
acquired old systems that
Yeah.
didn't necessarily have all that logged.
Yeah, I mean, we, as I've said, it's a real patchwork quilt we have. There's about 12 different entities that we put together, 3 or 4 of them at the begging, pleading, and cajoling of the commission staff. Nobody here remembers that, but, we took over several really troubled properties, and we don't have accurate records. They didn't come with any records at all. We don't have accurate records of what's out there, other than what we've gone out there and dug and noted. We keep stuff like that in our GIS system. And so when you ask me to project what the end game is and what the final cost will be, that's not possible to discern, because will we ever have to replace all of those top-of-ground lines that aren't leaking? Will we have to replace all the aldelay that we can't identify? We don't know where all of it is. And when we do we have to replace it all now just because it's aldelay, even if it's not leaking? And then the Appalachian oil and gas pipe, which I'd never heard of until the last 3 or 4 weeks, that's tens of miles and millions of dollars. I mean, that's way bigger impact than everything we've done cumulative to date, is that oil and gas pipe. And, again, until and unless it's a leak hazard, what should we do?
I mean, there are PHMSA guidelines about those things.
There could be. And if PHMSA comes out, then
Federal
we're...
safety regulations that we're not in control of either.
Right. I know you're not driving that bus entirely. So it's not remotely feasible to make a judgment on what the total cost will be. We can tell you year by year what we spend and how many miles we put in. We've done that. But don't know what the end game's going to be.
Staff.
Can you, and you kind of touched on it, but can you explain the criteria or the process that you use as far as what you're going to replace as the PRP program?
Yeah, the head of operations and his couple of lieutenants go through. We do on the systems that are really leaky, like the Belfry system. We do annual leak survey on those, where it's only required that we do every 5 years. We've got 2 or 3 sections in other companies and other systems that we do way more than is required for leak survey. And they'll sort of, look at the maps and see where the leaks are and prioritize to those. And also to try to get rid of the low-pressure systems. We have just a few of those left. Mostly it's in Jackson, and man, that is really tough going, because it's in streets, in the center of the city, where it's just really expensive. So they go through a list of of things we've uncovered in our leak surveys, and just generally, we need to get rid of low-pressure systems and other stuff that comes up. You know, if we get a bunch of rain on frozen ground and ice this week, then we may find some uncovered stream crossings. We had a huge river crossing on the Leviza Fork just this year in Prestonsburg that we didn't know had come up. A kayaker reported to us that he saw gas bubbling up. That's not a good sign. And it turned out a tree had been washed down the river and snagged our gas line. And we all of a sudden had to replace it at $30,000 or $40,000. Just stuff like that comes up. So we sort of have an overall plan of getting rid of the leakiest places first and getting rid of the low pressure systems also, and then stuff comes up.
When stuff comes up, or as you're replacing the pipe, do you keep in touch with the Division of Inspections? Do you inform them of what's going on?
The commission, the safety division?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, John and Heather, our compliance gal, have intimate contact with the safety folks. They're talking to them all the time.
I want to pull up Kentucky Frontier's response to staff's third DR, item 26. Can you read to yourself, just read number 26 and read your response?
Okay.
Did you mean to say that that it should be fixed as far as the PRP charge as opposed to volumetric?
We proposed, in our proposal, we proposed that it was a hybrid system. Right now, it's $5 a month for every meter. Well, the big dogs, the two campus systems pay $5 a month each, where maybe you need a volumetric charge on them also. So we proposed that the present level of surcharge is about $250,000 a year, and we proposed that be half of that be fixed dollars per meter, $2.50 per meter, and the rest of it based on a volumetric charge, so that you have some mix of volume and fixed surcharges. And I didn't know this, but some companies have only a volumetric charge.
Can you read the second sentence in your response? Frontier believes that having a volumetric-based PRP charge will allow. You're not asking for a hybrid. Doesn't seem like you're asking for a hybrid.
Well, that means in addition to the fixed, that we're asking for the hybrid, that half of it be through a fixed $2.50 a month charge, and the rest of it be in the volumetric.
I want to refer to response. Oh, let me hang on 1 second before I move on. I'm sorry. Can you explain how does a volumetric charge help in the summer when usage is low?
I didn't hear what you said. What's
I
that?
said, can you explain how does a volumetric charge help in the summer when usage is low?
If you flash my statement back up there, let me just run through it again. The one you just had. There we go. I didn't know that other companies had a volumetric charge. And if you look at the whole response, if you did a hybrid where you had fixed per month and then some volumetric based, if you had all of your PRP volumetric based, then there would be zero income in the months when you're spending it all, which is kind of nuts. And so if you have a hybrid based, you're at least getting half of your income, half of your surcharge during all the months of the summer. But then you're also charging those larger users through the other half, which is volumetric based. You're also charging those larger users, in consideration that they're the ones using most of the gas. Is that where you were asking? My thought process is when you split it like this, it's a better representation of your customers' usage, and also you get some, with the fixed charge, you also get some revenue in the summer when you're spending all of the money.
All right, I'd like to refer to your response to staff's data request number 3, item 25. And in here, it appears that you're proposing to switch the PRP surcharge from a flat fee to the hybrid volumetric fee, as you originally just stated. And you said that Kentucky Frontier has the capacity to do $250,000 worth of PRP work annually. You see that?
Yes.
If the commission approves a fully volumetric PRP surcharge, revenue will fluctuate with the weather and sales volume. If we have a mild winter and revenues drop below $250,000, will you reduce your pipeline replacement work, or will you be forced to subsidize the program from general funds?
Some of both. Some of both.
And you state whether switching to a hybrid PRP surcharge would have the potential to increase Frontier's annual PRP surcharge revenues above the $250,000? And if so, explain how Frontier would propose to utilize any revenues collected in excess of that amount.
Yeah, it's possible that it could go over or under. Our MCF sales are fairly are pretty consistent, actually, so it's not going to be a large amount. If you look at our reports, we always run behind. We spend more than the surcharges almost every year. We're almost always under recovered on how much we spend versus the amount of surcharge we collect. So that wouldn't be any big deviation from what we've been doing. We've been subsidizing this year after year.
I'd like to refer to Frontier's response to staff's third DR request, item 32. Can you explain how Kentucky Frontier interprets the tariff language in regard to how the PRP rider is to be updated annually?
Yeah, as I've stated here, we've never reviewed that. We've just left it the same because it was an appropriate amount for us.
Okay, I'd like to refer to Frontier's response to staff, third DR, item 35. And can you define normal scope, explain how Kentucky Frontier determines a project to be within the scope of the PRP?
Pretty much anything that requires replacement of pipe for whatever reason. I went through the various scenarios when it's obviously leaking steel, bare pipe, if it's a river crossing or a creek crossing that's blown out. In this case, that I mentioned up front, there was a massive relocation project in Jackson where the highway relocated a bunch of our just central lines. We didn't, the state DOT paid for those, but we had some side projects sort of related to that were PRP, that were paid for by PRP. So it's not, I'm not sure that it's ever been actually defined for us, but it's pretty much anything that requires replacing system that's already there. It wouldn't be an extension or any new business.
Can you give us an example of projects that are deemed outside the normal scope?
That Levice Fork was a big one. We've had a couple of big river crossings. Those are outside the normal scope is replacing old crap steel pipe in Belfry. That's the normal. And then we have other systems with a few thousand feet of bad steel pipe. That's what it's been routinely over the years, along with this low pressure conversion thing. But the surprises are when a river crossing washes out, things like that. Does Kentucky Frontier make any formal requests to the commission to include any outside of the normal scope projects in its PRP? No, I don't. We haven't made a request for approval. We're always talking to the safety folks about what's coming up. One we have going on this spring is when the Mountain Parkway went through Salyersville. It greatly changed the west side, the Lexington side of Salyersville, and we had a line that connected two big pieces of our system that just got wiped out and was never replaced. So this year we're going to have to bore the parkway, which is a big project, to connect two big pieces of Sigma and BTU. And that one really is outside the usual scope. We just couldn't get it done while the DOT was in there.
Has Kentucky Frontier considered seeking commission approval for future PRP rider adjustments through formal case filing?
No, we haven't considered it.
I want to move on to farm taps. We pulled up staff DR3, you might have that already. Item 12. if you could take a look at that. You indicate that, or you take the position that farm taps should pay the same rate as utility customers, because although farm taps have no mainline maintenance, they're far more spread out. And you concede that Kentucky Frontier has no cost data on operating farm taps versus utility customers. So my question is, without empirical data, what evidentiary basis do you have for claiming that the cost to serve farm taps is identical to other utility customers?
The cost to read, maintain, bill, collect, all of those things for any customer are basically the same. Every customer, all 4,700 of them, cost you the same amount to go read the meter and do the billing and everything. And that fixed cost doesn't change if they use zero or if they, like the prison, use a lot. So the fixed charge itself should be the same for all of these similar meters. As far as the maintenance on a farm tap versus the maintenance on a utility customer, I'm not sure that we've been able to tell the difference. One big difference with this farm taps is, and I'll give an exact example, if you have a service call in the old public gas, it's going to be in Jackson or Campton, and it's going to be fairly close to the people that are out there, and they might even be able to put 2 or 3 work orders together on the utility system. Whatever comes up during the day, they might be able to put 2 or 3 or 5 work orders together to go out, check this leak, check this meter, blah, blah, blah. When you go out on a farm tap call, you're pretty much driving 50 miles out there, responding to it, and driving 50 miles back. And there isn't much tagging on to other things because there's not much else out there. You might get lucky and catch another utility system work order on the way back, but it's just, there's this offset. There's one thing is the very fixed cost of just keeping that, getting 12 bills out during the year. And then there's the sort of variable cost of whatever comes up that you're dealing with the work orders. The farm taps are so widely flung that they take a lot to keep running. And there's not very many of them. It's 10% of our customer base. So we don't have, there's no way we could get granular data on what it actually costs us to run a farm tap. But just sort of, the real world experience is they're a long ways out there and they're widely flung, and there's just no way to tie that farm tap with something else that you're doing that day.
All right, I'd like to refer to your application. And we're going to take a look at the document titled Supplemental Information and Requests. Scroll down to page 4. And here you state, with this case and unification of rates, Frontier proposes to include farm taps in the entire company pool of gas purchases and sales in determining a unified GCR. Can you confirm whether or not Kentucky Frontier currently has a farm tap tariff for gas cost adjustment?
We have never asked for a GCA for farm taps, ever. We're stuck with the same rate that we had in 2011 when we set these. And it just wasn't worth the cost of, and brain damage of litigating the GCR. We were fairly close the whole time. We've never asked to change that.
Are you attempting to make proposed tariff changes to that farm tap gas cost adjustment tariff in this proceeding?
I don't understand. I don't understand the question.
Do you have a farm tap gas cost adjustment tariff?
I don't even know if we have one. Do we have one? We've never invoked it. I'm not sure we have a GCA tariff for the farm taps. What we're proposing is just to throw the farm taps in with everybody else on gas costs.
My question is, did you include the proposed tariff change to the farm tap gas cost adjustment tariff in your customer notice?
I don't recall what we had in the notice.
Your Honor,
I
he
think-
stated he doesn't even know if they have a farm tap GCR tariff. So if there is a GCR tariff for specific farm taps, we would probably need to look at that. Can provide anything post-hearing. It looks like from that supplemental information that the GCR rate was just a set amount that was set for the farm taps back in 2011.
Right.
So it was just an amount, like $3.60.
You could take a look at what's up on screen.
Does look like a tariff.
Oh, you don't do that.
Does that look familiar?
Does that look familiar?
It doesn't look familiar, but I haven't looked at that for a long time. I mean, I can read it like you can, that it's a GCR tariff for the farm taps, which, again, we have never invoked.
Your Honor, can we take a short break so we can read it?
Sure. We can do 5 minutes, and we can, if that's enough. Do you need more time than that? Do you need more than 5 minutes?
No, I'm good.
Well, I mean, he was giving.
No, I was going to
me
ask you to read it. So
Oh, I didn't hear you.
how much time do you need to read it?
What am I reading? Just this tariff? It looks like the same
It's
tariff.
2 pages.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
We're going to take a recess to give you an opportunity to read it. How much time would you like?
oh, I could probably go now. I mean, I understand what it is.
If you don't need a break, then we won't take.
No, I don't need a break.
You're ready for me to ask you questions?
Sure.
Okay. So my question is, do you have a farm tap gas cost adjustment tariff?
The answer is yes, based on what you're showing me here.
What do you charge farm taps regarding gas costs?
It says here it was 360, and we have not changed that, 360 per MCF.
Do you
Is
know
the
whether or
gas
not
cost-
you're asking for a change at this point?
Say again?
Do you know whether or not you're asking for a change?
We've asked that the gas cost for farm taps be just included in the general, all the other general gas costs for all customers. And I believe that, I'm certain, because I did the exhibit, that's shown on the notice, is the gas cost is the same as the utility customer.
All right, I want to go ahead and move on to staff's third, response to staff's third, item 14. We're looking at the farm tap gas cost sheet. The request asked Frontier to provide the monthly cost of the natural gas. Kentucky Frontier pays the gathering line owners by owner since January 2023. Okay. Can you provide us with the full business name of each of the producers listed?
I remember this request. This was, again, buried in the 400 requests that Steve mostly just prepared for himself. That request, monthly cost by producer for farm taps, was just not doable in the time we had. So I can give you a list of the folks we're buying gas from for farm taps, if that's what you're asking for. Can we do it monthly for each producer for all those months? That's a little bit of a struggle. When it's me answering 300 other questions, if it's by itself, then that would be doable.
Does Frontier pay the producer for gas supplied to the farm tap customer, or does Frontier pay the gathering line owner for the gas supplied to the farm tap customer?
Wow. I think we pay, I'm looking at John, he can nod his head, I think we pay the pipeline.
I'm sorry, I can't allow you to.
Yeah, I know.
Just back and forth.
John knows this better than I do. I
We'll just-
know, let me
that's okay.
think through this.
We'll make that a post-hearing data request, it's fine.
Yeah, that's easier.
Can you explain in detail how Frontier is billed by each producer on the list? Whether the rate is based on a contractual rate, the natural gas spot and futures prices, or NYMEX, or other market-based rate?
It runs the gamut. It is an unbelievably complicated nightmare. Most of these farm taps are supplied by the Kinzer organization, and they have 6 or 8 different entities that we pay, but they're all Kinzer related, and some of those are contractual based on their drilling agreement. Others are based on usually the Appalachian Index, not NYMEX. Some are fixed. It's a real melange of charges.
How would you calculate or determine the price for gas for a farm tap customer, all things equal, without the GCA?
Without the GCA,
Yes, without the GCA.
again, a few of them are contractual, so we're dictated on what we can charge. Otherwise, it's just the 360. We've never charged anything other than 360 per MCF.
We're going to have a post-hearing data request for the contracts.
I don't know if we have the contracts. We're just dictated to by Kinzer what to charge when they have a contract. We don't have a contract. We don't see it. They just tell us what the price is.
There's no written contract between?
Not between us and the customer. Kinzer just says, well, we have a contract for this one, and the price of gas is X. That's what we charge. We don't have the underlying contract between them and the customer, because it's usually a drilling contract,
Okay.
where they have some deal with the customer, who's also the landowner, is what it usually is.
All right, I'd like to, I'm sorry, Your Honor, are you done? Should I
sorry?
move on? I just want to make sure the commission are you ready for me to move on?
Oh, yeah, were you finished?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I want to refer to your application, the cost of service allocation, it should be page, you got it? Kentucky Frontier has an average of 400 farm tap meters. Is that what we're looking at there, the second yellow line down?
Okay?
So I also want to pull up staff's second request, response 13B. Is this staff second request? Okay. If you look at the top of the second paragraph that we're on screen, and there it says Kentucky Frontier operates about 530 farm taps. So how do we, can you rectify those two numbers?
Just read the rest of it. As discussed in the case to investigate EKM, the Public Gas and Jefferson Gas were the same company. And they had, they had the systems, the utility systems of Public Gas with 1,000 or so customers in Jackson and Campton and 4 or 5 other little systems. And then they had all these scattered customers that acted as farm taps off of Jefferson. And when Frontier bought Public Gas, by that time they had divorced. Public Gas and Jefferson Gas were divorced. And part of the acquisition of Public Gas was about 1,100 utility customers, and then about 500, and it says 538, 530. You'd have to just call them farm taps because they were just out on Jefferson gas lines. Now Jefferson is EKM. So I would consider them farm taps, but they were always just merged into the utility customers that made up public gas. Public gas didn't discern whether they were whether they were customers that were on a utility system like Jackson or Campton, or if they were just served by Jefferson somewhere else. So we have never considered these 500 separate non-utility customers that used to be in public gas. We've never deemed them as a farm tap. There's these 500 that are included in the 1,600 that we purchased as a public utility system, and then there's these 400 that we've had since inception.
So you have 400 farm taps?
We have 400 farm taps, period.
Can you confirm whether Kentucky Frontier has any free gas customers under its farm tap customers?
We have, Frontier doesn't have any. We operate 30 or 40 free gas customers of Kinzer's. Kinzer gives the gas, gives us the gas, and we operate the meters.
All right. Let me ask you a question with regard to the tariff. I want to jump back to that. Are you attempting to make proposed tariff changes to the farm tap gas cost adjustment tariff in this proceeding?
I'd have to ask my attorney on that. I don't know what would have to change. Again, we intend to make the gas cost component of we intend to make the farm taps the same as everybody else. I'm not sure if we'll still call them farm taps, and we will put them into the gas cost adjustment pool. So I don't know what sort of tariff changes that will require. I don't know.
I want to move on to rate design. If the commission were to find that the fair, just, and reasonable total revenue requirements be decreased as opposed to the amount proposed by Kentucky Frontier, would Kentucky Frontier have a preference on whether that reduction should be applied to specific customer class or across-the-board reduction to all customer classes?
Wow. Well, and assume that includes the monthly charge too. I do not want to reduce the monthly charge. We are a very rural company. You said in the Atmos order that the commission said in the order for Atmos that we recognize that Atmos is a rural company and the cost of service per month is more than in an urban setting. And we have metrics to show you that Atmos might be rural, but Frontier is 4 times more rural than Atmos on a, MCF per mile basis or a meters per mile basis. We're far more rural than Atmos or Delta. So we're just getting killed on this monthly charge. Right now it's 13. It needs to be much higher. So if you're asking me if you're going to make me take a haircut where it needs to go, I would say not on the monthly charge, but on the volumetric charge and make it across the board. that applies to all customers, including, there's only two classes of customers. There's two big ones and 4,700 little ones.
I want to refer to Frontier's response to staff's third data request, item 16. Can you explain how Frontier distinguishes between residential and commercial customers within its system and the Daysboro system?
Pretty much just anything that's not clearly a residential is a commercial. The other companies call it non-residential. It's just, if it's a commercial customer, it's just not a residential customer. But they have the same rate in Frontier. In Daysboro, we took over 32, I think it was, customers. We purchased from the town of West Liberty, and there was one large commercial, large as in larger than just a house having a beauty shop in it. It's a manufacturing outfit, so we took over one commercial customer with Daysboro, and the rest of them were residential.
I want to refer to the application customer notice, page 10. The average monthly customer usage for Daysboro commercial customer is 2,500 CCF.
Yes.
Can you explain the type of customers currently on that are served under the Daysboro commercial? And can you also explain why the average usage is so high?
It's just one customer. Again, it's one commercial customer. It's a apparel manufacturing outfit, and I'm not sure they even use gas in the summer. It's a big user when they're making garments. And then the other 30-some are just residential users. So it's just one customer. It's Lion Manufacturing.
Is that customer Kentucky Frontier's largest commercial rate class? Let me strike.
No. Again, there's only two customers that are in the large commercial rate class. It's the ARH Hospital and the Big Sandy Federal Prison. This, if you'll look right above there, the average monthly customer use, the large commercials are 25,000 CCF a month, and this one is 2,500. This Lion Manufacturing, I think, is the, other than the two big ones, is the third or fourth largest, second or third largest user in the whole system. But they're a tenth the size of the actual large commercial.
Can you provide the actual month-to-month usage report for Daysboro commercial and Daysboro residential customers in a post-hearing data request?
Yes, we have it split out, yes. Mhm. You want the average? The average monthly, or what do you want?
The request is the actual month-to-month usage.
For a 12-month period, or?
Yes, it'll be for an annual period. We'll put that in a post-hearing data request. Can you state whether Kentucky Frontier is considered as part of its next general rate case to file a proposal to restrict its current customer classes and from a two-tiered system into a three-tiered or three distinct classes, residential, small commercial, and large commercial?
Do we intend to do that?
Have you thought about it?
Not really. And the reason is, when you look at the statistics, the big difference between residential, commercial, large commercial, industrial, is that you can clearly see the difference in their use patterns. What is their annual use and what's their peak use? And peak use by month divided by the annual, or even peak use. We have some daily data on this. And when I've looked at those, we keep separate statistics for the commercials, which are actually just non-residential. And we compare those with the residential. They're the same customer. On January 11th, when it's 5 degrees out, they're just as bad on running up the bill, divided by their annual use as a double wide. So there's no discernible demand versus annual difference in them. The only thing you might hold on to is just the meter size is larger. For some of them, we have about 900 commercials, 900 commercials and 3,600 or so, 3,800 residentials and farm taps. And you might say that a couple hundred of those have a larger meter and might have a higher monthly cost, but the demand curve is the same. Or the hospital and prison, there's a huge difference there on demand versus annual.
Would a commercial customer be able to pay a higher customer charge than residential?
Depends on who it is. If it's a beauty shop operating out of a house, you could say, well, that's a commercial, and they're no different than the other 4,000 residentials. Depends on who it is.
Why would you potentially separate them?
I'm not proposing that we do.
Well, why wouldn't you separate them?
Well, if they're discernibly different, you would separate them, but they really aren't.
Well, couldn't you collect a more accurate fixed cost?
Based on meter size? That's the only difference.
I wanted
And
to.
the great bulk of those are going to be 425 meters, which are not much different than a 250 meter. There's probably, I'd say, 100 larger meters, 630s and over 500 CFH. There might be 100 where it's a discernibly more expensive meter, but they also pay more for their volumetric use. I have to pick my battles somewhere. I mean, this is so difficult anyway. I just have to pick my battles somewhere. Every other company for a non-residential customer, like Delta and Columbia and Atmos, They might charge $25 a month for a residential customer, and the gal across the street who has a beauty shop out of a house pays $70 a month for the same exact meter in the same exact house. That's a little bit hard to justify. But, you know, if you want to reallocate, I mean, I'll make just a suggestion. If you want to reallocate the monthly charge, there's about 4 times as many residential customers as commercial. And so if you dropped the meter charge from 25 to 24 for residential, then you would have to add about $4 a month for commercials, because it's about 4 to 1. So you could charge, you know, $28 a month for the commercials and $24 a month for the residentials, and you'd be about the same place. But we haven't seen a pressing need with as few customers as we have to go through another 50% more headache to make that split.
Based on our earlier discussion of late fees and the increase in late fees and the poverty level of the counties that Kentucky Frontier serves, has Kentucky Frontier considered a phased-in rate?
We need the money now. We've lost $750,000 over the last 2 years, and it is not, it's not something you can put off for 2 or 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. I've already invoked half of the pay raise that we had to have at personal risk of another $100,000 a year. You know, if you stave this out 2 or 3 years, why am I even in business? Why don't I just file today? So the answer is, yeah, you could, but I can't guarantee you that I can take another $1 million or $2 million in gas losses, in business losses, and just keep going here. I understand our customers are in the poorest part of the state, but that doesn't mean that my employees have to be just barely above the poverty level, which was $14.40 an hour, and we're at 20. That's just barely above. So this is painful for me to ask for, but it's the reality. We have about $8 million in play. The average taxable income for the last 5 years has been under $100,000. Let me repeat that. We're making less than $100,000 before tax on $8 million in play. That's less than 1%. In the same time, since we've had a rate increase, you know, the Dow has gone up 100%, 60%, 80%. Nobody on earth takes a less than 1% return on $8 million. So I don't know what else to tell you other than it is a pretty serious situation. You can't take a $240,000 raise in insurance that's completely uncovered without some effect on the business.
I'm almost wrapped up here. Let me refer you to Frontier's response to staff's third request, item 40D. The request is, how is Kentucky Frontier and the entity ensure that there is an arm's length transaction between the two? And this goes back to the affiliate subject line that we were on, as defined by KRS 278.010 subsection 25. The response request states, these transactions are limited in scope and are paid at less than the market rate for similar services. So my question is, does Kentucky Frontier or any of the affiliates of Kentucky Frontier have a cost allocation manual of any kind that sets out how Kentucky Frontier's approach to cost allocation and transferring prices, or transferring pricing of affiliate transactions.
First of all, I take great umbrage in you bringing up that in a proceeding in 2017, that the commission said, well, they're affiliated. I completely disagree with that. And you said, well, why didn't you protest that? That's a little like us suing our insurance company to see if they'll cover us on that one last thing. You know, you have to pick your battles. That was 1/1,000,000th of that rate case. And I don't see anybody here that was here then. The big dispute there was with Attorney General over Bob Oxford and I charging Kentucky Frontier for our services through our personal corporations. And that sort of got smeared into, well, Pinedale's also an affiliate. It is not affiliated in any sense of the word. So you know, now you're saying, well, we needed a cost allocation manual so that we would track all these expenses back and forth. It was minimal. It was minimal. It was my son and one guy coming here for a week or two during the year doing DOT work. And, you know, Frontier would pay for his expenses. I'm not sure Pinedale billed any time for Joel and Graham. I'm not sure. But now we're down to our financial analyst doing a little bit of work. This year was more than usual on this rate case. And I don't even know how our Pinedale accountants billed them. But, you know, I would say going forward that it's probably going to be something like $50 an hour. And I would guess that if you ask your consultant what, you know, consulting work would be for preparing a rate case, it's not going to be $50 an hour. So there is no cost allocation manual. There's no need for one. These are not affiliated companies. I completely disagreed with that, with the words that you read from that order last time in 2018, 2017. They're not affiliated. So this is a non-issue.
So we are not like your insurance company. We're required to regulate you. We can't choose not to regulate you. You absolutely can appeal from our decisions. And we don't hold that against you if you disagree with one of our decisions. That's not how it works. I'm sorry you take umbrage. It appears you take umbrage with just about all of this and being regulated.
No.
Okay.
No.
Are you regulated in the other states you operate in?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And do you take great umbrage with having to keep records for them and being
No.
regulated by them? Okay. So
No.
we're doing our job, and I don't think that anyone's trying to harass you.
I understand that.
And if you could calm down your anger
Okay.
a little bit and answer these questions, we could get this hearing over with.
Okay.
Okay.
My big deal is this is not an affiliated company. And we're down to one person that does he's part-time in Pinedale, and he's really part-time on the amount of time that he spends for Frontier. So you dictate to me how we treat this one person for very part-time, and we'll do it. I don't have any problem with that, but I reacted so much because we had years of dispute with the AG. Years. I mean, this drug on for 3 or 4 years after the 2017 case, and it was only about Bob and I doing work for Frontier under our personal corporation, which we fixed immediately. So, you know, make this doable by a little tiny company. Dictate for us what this one person, you know, tell us what we should charge.
And if something's changed in the 9 years since that ruling was made,
Absolutely.
let us know about that.
Absolutely.
And maybe that changes. I wasn't here 9 years ago.
Yeah,
So I don't know that.
nobody was
But
here.
if you didn't know that they'd been ruled as an affiliate, that is not my fault.
Yeah.
If you didn't know you had a tariff in place, that is not my fault. you have to read the orders that we send out as well. Please continue.
I've got one more question, and this ties into what you discussed about $50 an hour. How is Kentucky Frontier determining the market rate of the services that are provided?
By whom?
By your accountant? How are you determining what the market rate is?
The financial analyst?
Your financial analyst, yes.
The one that we have in Pinedale that works part-time and very part-time for Frontier. I'm just throwing out a number. I don't know the basis on which the Pinedale accountants were charging Frontier. I don't know. But I'll find out. And if you want to suggest what we do, I'll follow that. I mean, throw out a number, $40 an hour, 50, I don't care. It's almost immaterial to both companies because it's such a little number.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Regan?
Yep, just a couple. Did you purchase Appalachian? The oil, gas, the pipelines there? Was there a transaction for those pipes?
The Appalachian Oil and Gas?
Yeah.
That's like a designation, the Aldelay, you've probably heard of that. That was an actual DuPont product. This Appalachian Oil and Gas pipe, I'd never even heard of. We didn't purchase any of it, but we ended up with some of it, we believe, in BTU. We purchased BTU gas out of bankruptcy,
Okay,
and we believe that BTU gas has some of this, and I'll put air quotes around Appalachian Oil and Gas pipe as part of its system.
okay.
That's more like nylon is a brand of plastic, and this Appalachian Oil and Gas pipe is a moniker that they've put on this. It's odd because it's polyethylene pipe, but it's not marked. Most of this, all gas utility pipe is marked with the manufacturer and the date and, what it is. And this black Appalachian Oil and Gas pipe wasn't marked. So we haven't purchased any of it, but we ended up with some of it.
But you purchased BTU
We purchased BTU.
out of bankruptcy, correct?
Yeah.
And when you purchase that out of bankruptcy, I'm assuming you do the due diligence.
Yeah.
To find out.
Right.
They did not have records about these things?
Well, I'd never even heard of this designation until the last 2 or 3 weeks. This is relatively new. I've never seen that before.
Okay.
We knew BTU had a lot of sketchy things going on, but there wasn't much due diligence to it. You either took it, we were
Should there
asked
be
by the
due
commission to we were asked by the commission to take it over.
Okay,
We were asked by the commission to take it over, and it was in bankruptcy at the time. So
Okay.
there wasn't much due diligence we could do, and at the time, the black Appalachian Oil and Gas pipe wasn't an issue. That wasn't something that had been flagged like the Aldelay has been.
so and then I'm asking because I don't know, I wasn't here. If the commission asks someone to take someone over, do you have the ability to say no? If you do due diligence, could you say no?
Yeah, we had done quite a bit of due diligence on it. That wasn't something that would have come up.
Okay,
If it was 80 miles of rotten steel pipe, we would have had to say no, because we had experience with that, and you just can't survive that. You can't make a business out of that.
you've asked for a 24% increase. And we talked about the poverty level in the different areas.
Sure.
would you be open to looking at a staggered increase so that the customers aren't hit with this large increase? Because if they can't pay their bills now and you raise it to 24%, they're not going to be able to pay it then. So my concern is what happens to these people.
Again, I can't continue to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars per year.
Okay.
I don't know how to solve this. You can make this a gas co-op, but how are you going to run this thing? State can take it over and run it as a gas co-op. How are you going to make it any cheaper than we're doing now?
Yeah.
You know, we're paying $20 an hour when the market is 35 to 40. You know, I take $60,000 a year for 12 to 1,500 hours of work. I didn't expect after having done this for 50 years that I'd be working for $40 an hour. You know, so I don't know. I hear you on the poverty level, and I don't know what else to do. We're running this as very thinly as we can.
Okay, thank you.
I don't really have questions. I guess the only way that we could have not reached this situation is to have come in for a rate case sooner than 9 years, and that it's not such a big shock. I know you've had extenuating circumstances. I know rate cases are not fun, they're not easy, and they're not cheap. We do return your expenses for them, and that's the only thing I could say that would have made this easier on your customers is to do it more.
I know. I would have way rather have done it 3 years ago.
I understand. Okay, redirect?
I have just a couple of things to go through. And these are going to be in no particular order because I was just kind of taking them as we went through. You were asked about why you have so many trucks with so few employees, and you said each one of your field employees have a truck. Why does each one of your field employees need a truck? Is it because you're so rural and everything is spread out?
Yeah, I've alluded to it several times. And at some point, we need to have this discussion, almost unrelated, on the LNU. You talked earlier about the 7.5% LNU, and we can easily answer that question in a post-data request. We did not go over our allocation, but we are so rural that we need to show you how 5% is not actually possible. You have a 5% LNU limit on how much loss and unaccounted for you can charge. That's not even possible in our system because we're so rural and spread out. I think I have a graphic we may have produced that shows our system map, and it's dots that represent where our meters are, and it looks like a shotgun blast from 20 feet away. It's just meters all over the place. I've estimated, based on that map, that the average customer of 4,700 customers is 22 miles from an office. The average customer is 22 miles from an office. That's inconceivable for Atmos and Louisville and Delta. The average customer is 22. That means there's some that are 50 and there's a few that are close in. And so, you hire the 19-year-old and he runs around with one of John's troops for, 6 months or 3 months until he's earned all the OQs that he needs. And then he has to have a truck because you're not riding together when you're driving 50 miles out to a farm tap. You just have to have separate trucks. Our trucks in the west, where it's 1 million miles between towns, our trucks in Pinedale average 10,000 miles a year. Our trucks in Kentucky are more like 20 to 25, which means they're driving 100 miles every day. So there's no riding together when the customers are that flung out.
And do you recall questions from commission staff regarding the PRP and whether or not you were requesting a hybrid or a purely volumetric rate?
Yes.
We're not requesting a purely volumetric rate in this case, correct?
No, I was making the point, we're requesting that we stay at the same level at about 250,000 a year, and we split it between about half fixed and half volumetric, so that the bigger customers pay more of their share, but that we have something coming in during the summer months when we're doing all the work, incurring all the costs.
So if you do half of it, like you said, the $2.50 as a flat fee, you'll still be collecting that $2.50 a month during the summer months.
Right.
Even when the volumetric usage is lower.
Right.
And I believe you answered this after it was discussed originally, but there was pro forma adjustments in your rebuttal testimony where you said we are adjusting it because we used estimates in the application because we didn't have the actuals, but now we're adjusting it because we have the actuals.
Right.
That was the insurance expense
That
that you were
was
talking about, correct?
Only insurance, yes.
And you
and-
do have
and-
all the actual quotes now.
Yeah, we had, at one of the data requests, we had 4 of the 5. You know, it's just inconceivable that it would go up $42,000 when it was already ridiculous. But you know, that's a real cost that we're already actually paying.
There was a lot of talk about the income tax adjustment and stuff that was made. That was made based on Mr. DeFever's testimony, is that correct, in our rebuttal?
Yep.
And during, this was back when the AG was asking you questions, there was a question asked you why you didn't provide information on wages from the Columbia and Duke cases during discovery.
We had, as I said, we had, I got one of the other gas companies to give me confidential information, so by definition, I can't file that with you, tell you who it was or what they told me.
That's right, and that was a verbal conversation,
That was a
correct?
verbal conversation. They gave me data on their medical insurance, and, you know, we're paying a high percentage, and they were way more than that. High percentage of the actual cost. And so we're forced by the fact that neither staff nor AG could give us any idea. We were forced to go through hundreds and hundreds of pages of those two rate cases that we cited, and you guys found those 2 sheets, and so, you know, we didn't have them until, you know, show documentation of these other wages. Well, there's no possible way we can do that. This is the only documentation we could find, and it's not great. We don't have any idea of, you know, of how many hundreds or dozens or singles of each of those jobs there are, but we can try to approximate where our people land in there.
And you've talked a little bit about the lost and unaccounted for gas. Have you all made good strides in that lost and accounted for since you've taken all these companies over?
Wow. When we took over Belfry, we were talking earlier about due diligence. We were given due diligence, and after a year, we found out that it was completely made up. They were filing annual reports to the DOT showing, you know, 0.1, 0.2% loss and unaccounted for. The actual was 50%. But it was the producer who owned the system. They didn't care. It was their gas. They didn't care. And so they were losing 50% of their gas and reporting in a federal report that it was zero. Well, how do we know that until we start operating the system and finding out that this is unbelievable? I'd never seen 10% before. So Belfry was the worst. We've cleaned that up pretty well. We have gas theft in several systems, and we clean that up when we find it. But it's just, again, when your gas cost recovery is based on 5% max, that's a lot of loss. That's based on one of your urban systems, because those should be zero. They should be really low. My Pinedale system is under 1%, but it's also very compact and very new pipe. What you don't factor into that is if you have a little leaking piece of pipe and it has a small leak here, a piece of 2-inch pipe, a mile of 2-inch pipe, and you have that leak. If Frontier is selling 1,000 MCF on a mile of pipe, and Louisville Gas and Electric is selling 10,000 MCF on that same mile of pipe, and Atmos is selling 4,000 MCF per mile of pipe. If you have the same exact leak on a piece of pipe for Frontier, it has 4 times the effect of that same leak on that same pipe in Atmos, or 10 times the effect of the same leak on the same piece of pipe in Louisville. So what I'm saying is we're so spread out. Even on our utility systems, we have something like 13 meters per mile, in Louisville 70, that it's just not actually possible to get down to 5%. If there's, it's just not possible. So it's just math.
And then I think my last question is just regarding the wages, and you've said that you went ahead and done some of the increase effective January of this year.
Yeah.
And your plan is once this rate case, goes through or whatever, you can do the other piece of what you think you need to do in order to keep those wages competitive.
Yeah, I don't know, if we smear out this increase for, 2 or 3 months, it's okay, but for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, again, I can't continue to lose several $100,000 a year, and now we have increased those wages by another $100,000. I absolutely appreciate that we're regulated. I mean, I have never felt like we shouldn't be regulated. That's the business I'm in. I chose that 40 years ago to get into a regulated business because it's okay. But I'm really stressed here that I can't continue this forever. These kind of losses, especially if I really feel the need to increase these wages like this. So, if like we've discussed, we've invoked about 100,000, about half of the wage changes we needed to make. If we smear out a rate increase, then I have to smear out the wage increases, and then we'll be stressed over losing more people. So please weigh that in your decision. And it will I'll honor the fact that if you increase the rates along with along the lines of the proposal, we will show to you that we will immediately increase wages as proposed.
I don't think I have anything further.
Recross?
No, Your Honor.
For staff, recross? Anything else, Mr. Wood? Mr. Regal? Okay. Any reason this witness can't be excused? Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
And
Thank
is
you.
that your case? Yes. No. I don't necessarily need a break unless I have a request for one. We're good? All right. Mr. Lacy, would you like to call your first witness?
Chair, the Attorney General Office calls witness John DeFever to the stand.
All right. Mr. DeFever, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please tell us your full name and your business address.
I'm John DeFever, 15728 Farmington Road, Livonia, Michigan.
Okay. Counsel?
Mr. DeFever, what is your occupation?
I'm a regulatory consultant.
Did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case?
I did.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Is your intent to adopt the direct written testimony as your testimony in this matter? Chair, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay. Ms. Honecker?
Ms. Cave
Cave?
will be doing the questioning.
Afternoon, Mr. DeFever. My name is Meredith Cave. It's a pleasure to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you.
You're probably anticipating what I'm going to ask you. Most of my questions are going to have to do with payroll.
Ah.
So in your testimony regarding payroll, it's my understanding that you recommended disallowing payroll costs amounting to $233,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your testimony states that the disallowance was due to the requested payroll increase not being supported. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In your response to Kentucky Frontier's first request to the AG, you sponsored some of those responses, correct?
Correct.
You stated that your recommended adjustment was not based upon a disagreement with the level of wages requested in the pro forma test year for Kentucky Frontier employees. Is that correct?
That's right.
You instead based your opinion on what you called a, quote, lack of sufficient support for the requested payroll. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In those same data requests, Kentucky Frontier pointed you towards the employee wages that were provided in both the Columbia and Duke most recent rate cases.
That's correct.
Did you review the salary or wage information provided to you from those rate cases?
I did look at it, those were provided after my testimony was filed. So I didn't give them the weight I would have had it occurred earlier when, during the data request, I would have had time to ask further questions.
Okay, so
But I did briefly look through those.
given the opportunity to look through those, do you have changes to your testimony?
No. No, the rate increase still isn't supported.
Do you agree that both the Duke and Columbia are paying similar caliber employees a higher hourly rate than what Kentucky Frontier is requesting in this case?
I believe, I think so, yes. Although, wait. See, there's a few things we don't know, just given because it was only a few pages that were given. And had I had time, I would ask, are we sure these jobs are comparable? Just because they have the same title doesn't mean they have the same duties. So I can't say that somebody is making less based on the duties, only based on the job title.
Assuming the jobs are comparable, you agree with me that the rates being shown for Duke and Columbia are in excess of what Kentucky Frontier is requesting in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think I have any more, but could I have about 30 seconds, if you don't mind?
Sure.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay. And staff?
No questions.
No questions? Commissioner Wood?
No questions.
Commissioner Regan? No. Okay, and I don't either. So any redirect? I guess
No.
not. Sorry, I looked at the wrong person.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, any reason this witness can't be excused?
I don't believe so.
All right, thank you, sir. Good.
I see.
All right.
We should have let you go first.
Agreed.
All right, any motions at this time? don't think we had any exhibits that weren't dealt with that needed to be admitted, did we? We looked at a lot of things, but it was all already in the record. Okay. All right. Staff, can you get a written summary of your request issued by February 6th? Okay. And if they do that, how long would you need to respond, Ms. Sonica? The 13th?
To respond to the 13-day request. Is a
What
week
day?
enough time, or do we need
Oh,
more?
gosh,
They're gonna give it to
I
us
don't
on
know.
the 6th.
I don't know. Did you say the
They're
6th?
gonna give it to us on Friday, but we have a list of what a lot of them are gonna be that we can start on.
February 13th is what I'm proposing. Is that doable?
Would be when we would respond, so 10 days from today, basically.
Suspension date is March 18th, is what the reason for the
They
rush.
sent the order out to us March 18th, so we have to, they want it by the 13th, responses by the 13th. So 10 days from today.
What day is
It'll
the
be a
5th?
Friday. 5th is Thursday,
5th is Thursday, and we have till Friday.
the next Friday.
Could we have till Monday after that?
Could he have till Monday after that? Is that the 16th?
I don't have an issue with that. Staff, can you live with that?
I think that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
16th it is. And then, as I said, the suspension date is March 18th. Statutory date is July 19th. If the parties want to submit a brief, I'd recommend simultaneous initial brief by February 20th and simultaneous response brief by February 27th, if either party so desires.
27, you said?
20th for simultaneous initial brief, 27th for simultaneous response brief.
Got it, thank you.
Okay. I think maybe that's it. Any other issues? No. If there's nothing further, everybody be safe traveling on these icy roads.
Thank you very much.
We are adjourned.